So I'm not sure if you guys had that, but I had the craziest loop going on with that music. Was that just me? Anyway,
just you, I think.
Yeah, that was so surreal. I was trying to time the intro.
It was there on the stream.
Oh well, it was there on the stream because it was happening to me. But there we are. Hello, a flawless beginning as always here, and welcome to Roll the Bones. My name is Rob, and as ever, I am joined by my wonderful players, Mike, Matt, and Dom, and I will be asking them the question I always ask: what happened last time on Roll the Bones?
You actually don't normally ask quite like that.
No, I know. I actually made it a question this time.
Previously.
You did make it a question. We were buried alive. We were buried alive, weren't we, almost?
Yes. Well, we weren't sure. We knew we were in some sort of coffin, maybe. A wooden box of some sort, but we weren't sure where we were at.
Or why?
Oh!
Oh!
We're starting again!
Yeah. Anyway, we were all independent in our own coffins, not in one giant three-person coffin.
That would be weird.
As fun as that would have been. Or a bunk coffin, maybe, where it's just one on top of another on top of another. Anyway, we all escaped the coffins after.
Silastra
a couple of seconds. Yeah.
escaped. Obsidian would still be there now if it wasn't for them. So that's the kill build his way out.
You did.
And Ansel just exploded the roof of his.
Obsidian could have summoned a skeleton.
Maybe.
Just in front of him.
Yeah, I don't know how that would have worked. Might have done him damage. I think he might have eventually just scratched a little hole. Would have taken a good few days. But we got out and we found that we were in a room together.
Mm.
And in pretty dire straits because we had one strength.
Well,
point.
you and I did. Obsidian didn't.
Yeah, and one health point again, except for Obsidian, who was pretty well, really. Not that he uses strength.
I'd been healed.
Well, he took his HP, but yeah.
Obsidian had been healed. Some sort of negative energy had been going on, and we're not entirely sure what that was from. Sapping.
My suspicion
just a hand.
Is the shadow that you formerly enslaved got re-enslaved by Derek at the end of the campaign. I suspect he was using the shadow to session.
That's some detective work.
That is.
My suspicion. It was just draining us over the time we were
nice
there.
Bit of sleuthing.
Because our DM did describe it as a dark hand, and I was like, yes, a similar description was happened when I got strength damage in a previous session. But yes, in there we found one room, but the sound of some maniacal laughing against some rattling metal, and in our poor health we thought, let's not. Instead, we took possibly the worst option, which around the corner we spotted 2 vampire spawn.
Oh yeah, the really dumb option, because we could have been healed sooner. Instead, you had to make do with the horrible necromantic false life.
Well, very long.
So we sort of got ambushed when we intended to ambush, didn't we, by the spawn? But eventually, thanks to Obsidian's summon, we did manage to overpower them.
I almost died.
Obsidian claimed one
for
his own. That's my vampire spawn now.
I know. Then we were proceeding to the exit. We got our gear back. We found some Elona equipment, and we made a decision that maybe the place we were just at, because we were told by your spawn that it was a prison cell, maybe the people we'd been partly looking for were imprisoned.
Yeah, we were told there was one female prisoner.
We assumed it was Erin.
We did.
But it wasn't Erin, it was her
Rowan.
sensei, Rowan.
Sensei Rowan.
Yeah, that's a sort of Mr. Miyagi figure, no doubt. And after releasing her, she agreed to heal us and not destroy our vampire spawn thrall.
Begrudgingly.
Yeah, for now. And we made our way upstairs. All together like a happy family.
Yes, you did.
Yes. We got to a crossroad where if we were to head... No, we didn't. Before the crossroad, we went outside and we were ambushed by two stone
dudes. They were the ones that would have, like sentries, because they were on a balcony, as I recall, above the entrance that we initially went in. So they would have been the ones that rained horror down on us, but we avoided that somehow.
We crumbled them.
Yes, as they had been, they had been cunningly foreshadowed in a journal that you had previously read. But then, yes, after you had vanquished them, after Obsidian pointed out another monster that that isn't very susceptible to his magic, you then, yes, went the other way. You found some potions at one point, and you found one route, you thought, leading back to the area you faced Derek, and to another direction, as handily explained by your new tour guide, the vampire spawn thrall was the way to an area known as the
Mr. Bitey.
Mr. Bitey, forgive me, Mr. Bitey. An area called the Council Court, and you entered that area first. You decided.
I've just remembered. We were greeted at the council court by two things.
Yes.
A pair of vampire spawn and a chest. Yeah. And we never opened the chest because we finished late. We get to start the loot.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, there was a chest.
Yes.
That's good news.
That's a fun way to start.
Well, before we get there, you did have a massive battle before you earned that chest. So what happened there?
We did. There were vampire spawn. There were dire bats that got called in.
Vampire spawn reinforcements, because the dire bats were essentially our flying taxis to the. Forgive me here. The
Hollow Descent.
Hollow Descent. Same time.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we killed them because we didn't want to go there. Then we...
Sorry, we killed them because we didn't want to go there. Explain that to me. Were they trying to take us somewhere?
They were going to take us to the Hollow Descent.
In the coffins.
Yeah.
I thought you meant on the spot. I thought you meant like in Dark Souls where the demons show up and lift you and take you to the new area.
Not quite. I don't want to go to the Hollow Descent.
Just kill the couriers.
Yeah, we didn't wait to find out if they were on our side or not, I suppose.
No, but Rowan was really incredibly invaluable in that fight in healing and
took a beating.
Then Erin showed up partway through as well. Killed a couple of things actually. Did amazingly well.
Yeah, which was a relief because we sort of thought she might have been
dead meat.
A couple of highlights for me. Ansel just going full Grim Reaper on a bat because he coup de grace it. Obsidian just caning. Legacy of Cain. Caning.
Yes, caning, yeah.
A bat by vampiric touching it, taking out the blood.
Yes, yeah.
And for me, it was getting a garrote around a bat's neck and
That's right. You did garrote a bat, which is
You can't say that.
Yes, everybody. No, you can't. I reserve a personal place in my my own creative vocabulary to explain that a bat batted towards you at one point. I don't know if you remember that, but I was. That's when you know it's an extra long session where you start explaining things like that.
When you're that's tired descriptions.
It's a bat and it batted
But
towards
sometimes-
you. Yes.
Sometimes
That's
tired descriptions. That was all
Batted
it
at
needed
top
to be.
speed. We did lose a couple of items, I forgot to say, when we woke up as well. We found we had lost, rather, the weird chain thing
Tuning
and
fork.
the tuning fork.
And
No,
And-
teeth.
the chain with teeth on it.
Yeah. And he
And
lost the
our...
teeth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. What did I lose? I think I lost
One-
the
You
canine.
lost the canine.
I lost a wisdom tooth. Like, he had to really go in there for that.
Silastra
Obsidian's
lost an
face.
incisor, which means it's one of these front ones. You can choose which Silastra. Ansel lost a molar, I think. Obsidian, got the wisdom tooth and thus lost plus
So you
2.
can't-
He lost some wisdom, as I,
Some wisdom.
which you believed me for a little while, which I
like
thought was fantastic.
Full on got me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I
Obsidian,
feel like most
I mean,
painful for that would have been Obsidian, and
It's going to be
worth
less
long-term
visible
is
for
Silastra.
Obsidian, but not before it heals, because at the minute half his face he has a D face.
That's true.
Half a
But,
moon.
I do remember the ominous words that Rowan left the session with, which was I'm paraphrasing here, but it's
I thought you said you remembered them.
They're
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. I somewhat remember them. I remembered them earlier today, and I sit here and my mind's just gone whoosh. Where basically she said, these guys did well. We've got hope, but then threw a bit of shade at Obsidian and was like,
That's right. Yeah, there were many good deeds, and some good, some terrible, is what she had said, and that is sort of where
There you go.
we left it. The 3 strangers silhouetted upon the side of the cliff, looking down upon the entryway to the convent, and that is where we will return to them exactly where we left them. And hopefully that music stops now. There we go.
keep it going.
That's mad. It's still playing. Something's really going crazy with that music.
I can't hear it.
It's fine for me.
I can hear ominous sounds.
Yeah, same.
Now they've gone. Now there is nothing.
I'm
Ultimate
literally
is
not
being a
playing
bit
that, so it's being. If it wasn't being dodgy enough. Ah, there we go. My goodness.
Yes, you're right on the stream. Stream that's a bit weird.
There we go. Well, I think it's stopped now, so there we go. What a show we're running today. So, as I said, we return to the convent, and the strangers, the 3 of you, stand victorious. The smashed and broken wings of the dire bats that you had faced in battle seem to move eerily in the slight breeze that reaches you upon this high place. Your vision moves across the destruction. You see the slain vampire spawn, and the ancient chairs of this council court that you imagine has seen witness to many great debates, but you do wonder whether battle had ever arrived here before. But there isn't much time to dwell on that, for there are other priorities that creep to your mind, as you had already suggested in the recap. There is indeed a chest that stands next to 3 what look like wooden pallets lashed with long spools of rope and a number of large metal hooks. given from what the vampire spawn had been talking about when you overheard their conversation. And indeed, when Mr. Bitey, Obsidian, your very own vampire spawn, had said that Derek Redhaven, aka Nemoritor the Deathless, had bidden you to be collected and taken to this place. And you imagine that's what the 3 dire bats were there for, to bear you aloft in these coffins across the realm of Orenthale. But you have thwarted that plan against all odds.
No thanks, I hate flying.
With all that said, I know they put you in economy as well. No, they put you in storage, actually. Yes, but that being said, what is it that you do?
Presumably, Derek is not here, otherwise he would have heard the battle come running.
No sign of him here.
Yeah. I reckon that we probably stand for a good 30 seconds posing on the cliff edge.
Definitely.
Just a little bit too long.
Yeah, it almost gets slightly
awkward.
awkward. Yeah, it's just like none of us quite know when the
When
awesomeness
to
is
drop
over. Rowan and Aaron are looking like, what the fuck are they doing?
What are they doing?
But eventually, we probably move. There's a chest.
There is a chest.
Should probably have a look at that.
Should we take a look?
Yeah, by all means, if you want to approach the chest.
Can I use detect magic, and I'll just use that as a sort of scanning device.
Yes.
Make sure it's not magically trapped, at least, if not actually trapped.
Doesn't appear to have any overtly hostile magic upon it, but it is incredibly powerful magic that irradiates from that chest, and it is somewhat familiar, Ansel, as this is a power source that you have experienced before. You remember having a brief think to yourself that you thought it might belong to the School of Conjuration, and a very powerful point of the conjuration of conjuration lore, to say the very least.
Should be safe to open, I think. Silaster, if you want to...
Yeah.
Should be safe to open.
It should be safe to open after you. You stand back 30 feet. Silaster, you swing open the lid, and inside are 2 items that you recognise. Inside, you see a tuning fork. And upon the other side of the chest, you see the strange iron ring from which 3 chains hang, attached to which are 3 other rings. Strange. You don't even know what it is. You don't know if it's a type of clothing, or if it's a decoration, or an ornament of some kind. But Sir Ansel, when you look upon it, you do see that both of them radiate a similar power.
So definitely, well, not definitely the same items, but most likely.
Mm.
It seemed important enough to separate from our things. We should always take it again.
Into the bag of holding.
I just anything they care about, let's just take.
Unless
it's clearly important to them, which means it holds power over them.
we've had a bit of time, are we able to get a better idea, or maybe of what they are?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you are sort of, in a way, rediscovering them. So if you'd like to make a knowledge arcana check, please.
Not me.
I can do it. Ha ha ha! 6.
11.
No, you don't really know what they do. You understand from your inspection before that these 3 rings and these chains will be able to be pulled if the same effort is pulled from all of the others.
Should we try it?
I don't think we should. We don't know what
Three
it
of
is.
us.
No. This
There's
is
five.
That's metagamey, isn't it? It's only because I think I know what it is out of game. Yeah, we should
There's-
definitely try it. Why not? Let's do it.
5 of us.
There's 3 of us.
There
I turn
are.
to look at Rowan.
clerics.
Yeah, as stragglers.
They are
And the
watching.
vampires.
But there's 3 of us.
Yeah.
I'm down to
And
give it a
3
shot.
and 3 chains. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Let's do this.
If you're up.
Let's all
What's the worst
stand
that could happen?
in a circle.
Rowan, I don't suppose you have any idea what this is? Just before we.
That's you know, that is a really good question. Would she know? Have a actual sheet here.
I don't imagine she has any spells to find out, but.
She you see that she's actually spending some more of that power of Alona by closing these wounds. You see almost vine-like tendrils covering up wounds, and then flowers blooming and then fading away as she is healing herself. She still doesn't look 100% though. She'll look at it and she will roll. She will actually roll. In fact, actually, would one of you like to do the honours and just roll me a flat d20 roll, please? Because I think it's only fair. Because she might know, she might not.
We already did it. You do it, Mike, because me and Matt already rolled for it.
Okay.
13. Could be worse.
She frowns and looks at it and says, "I know not fully what this trinket is that you have found, but from what I can tell of it, it has some resonance that it shares with this place. I do not profess to know much about what lies beyond the borders of our world, but I am well versed in the legends of those that dwelled here and what they dabbled in. I am a guardian of nature and the natural order, and if you dabble with that," and she looks at the ruins of this place, "then you see what happens. I have a feeling that this will have some effect on reality, the reality of this plane. Locally to this device, I imagine." If the stories are to be believed, she hurriedly adds.
Perhaps
I don't think
this
this
place
is the
isn't
best
right.
time to do it.
Yeah,
Maybe a more controlled.
where there's nobody around.
The Crooked Nook.
No. Not in the middle of a fucking town.
Should we explore a bit more?
Yeah, let's see what secrets the convent still has for us to.
Yeah, certainly.
We were going to go back down, weren't we, to the thingy room where we initially got messed up.
Yeah, is there anything to see on this table and chairs, this meeting place?
Just a stone ruin, effectively.
It's not magic, is it? I think I checked that last time.
No, there's no your abilities will show that there is no magical power upon this thing. I don't know why that's doing that. My Roll20 is going absolutely mental. I might actually refresh. Actually, I'm gonna refresh because ain't looking great so far. I'll be right back. I am back. Can you hear me?
Welcome back.
Yep.
There he is. Yes, hello.
Great. Okay, good. Yeah, that does seem to have worked wonders. So let's go from there. So you return back to where you had come from, and yeah, indeed, there are those sweeping stone steps that lead to to that set of double doors.
Let's test the door.
Okay. You test the door. It doesn't appear to be locked. It's just I'm having to reload it on my other one now because
Okay,
of
I'll
that.
move away from the door as well. So
No, that's fine. You're able to open the door. I say desperately buying for time as
It's a dramatic opening.
it is a very, very dramatic opening.
creak open. Millimeter by
Slowly
millimeter.
creaks open. And there before you is a familiar sight. You see the Lorestone Hall. And as you enter, this is familiar to you. This is the area where you had faced Darek Redhaven, Namoritor.
Avoid that
Why don't you
glyph
go and
circle.
stand in that circle?
Yes, still ominously gleaming upon the ground is a magical glyph. But at the foot of the stairs, you see this massive stone tablet that is imbued with different runes, magical, and they appear to gleam strangely. This is the first time you've really been able to concentrate on this, given the fact that as soon as you arrived here, you were met with Father Wolf and his revelation. What do you do?
Can I take a closer look using my
Yes, I will also.
specialized-
I will also have a bit of an inspect of this thing.
Yeah, certainly.
Does it
The
have
darkness
markings that
will
we might be able
utilize
to read?
open eyes. Ansel uses his abilities.
Yeah, you certainly get a trace of magical power from this Ansel with your abilities. At a glance, you can't help but feel that there's some form of divination magic imbued into the vast stone tablet that stands before you. These carvings are wrought into the stone. They gleam in different colours, and it's like following them this way to that. It kind of makes a story, but to know that story, it will require either a translation, because you don't understand the language. I learned that you don't understand the language a session or two back, but a knowledge arcana check will help in that regard.
Does anyone have anything in Decipher?
18 knowledge arcana. Decipher script, no. I have it as a skill, but I don't have anything in it.
You can roll it just in case.
Well, I got an 18 knowledge arcana and decipher script, then we'll just be a 20.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Figure out what language it actually is then.
Yeah, that's really good. And as a matter of fact, that will allow you to know what language is. I mean, it takes piecing 2 and 2 together. You may not have even seen this language, but given your surroundings, given your knowledge of the history of this place, Obsidian, given with how magic has affected this thing, you're able to determine that the language is Celestial.
Oh, Celestial. Well, I mean, the thing is, I do speak Infernal, which is like sort of in opposition, right? So I can sort of... I imagine I've probably seen Celestial in studying Infernal in reference. Makes sense that I would at least recognise it then as a language.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It.
I love that idea. But, so it is a corrupted version of Infernal, and it's almost like you're having to almost mirror it in your mind as you read it. But read it, you do.
It's quite a statement that Celestial would be a corrupted version of Infernal.
Well, vice versa, but maybe that's how I see it.
So,
yeah.
I might have said it the wrong way. Yes.
Reverse. No, I prefer it. It makes things far more interesting.
Think who you're talking to.
Continuing your study, you can't help but notice that while the writing does seem to follow a pattern, you do note that part of it is incomplete. You can't help but notice that there is damage to this writing as well. However, you do learn what is said there, and it takes the form of a verse that I will read to you now. 4 gates stand upon points of a star, ways unto worlds that lie near and far. In long sleep they lie, dormant and still, waiting for omens and heralds of their will.
I managed to copy the first 2 lines.
That again.
Yeah.
I'll post it into the group.
Oh, thank you.
If you would please, it'd be lovely.
Very bad at taking notes and listening, so I have to choose
No, that's
one
fine. I appreciate you
otherwise
listening to it rather than desperately trying to write it down. Absolutely. Anytime you ever need anything that is like a written thing, I'll more than happily throw your way. I'll put it in the Facebook for now, just because it's easier to do it on my phone. I dare not enrage Roll20 further.
Yeah, don't push it further than it can manage.
So once again, 4 gates stand upon points of a star, ways unto worlds that lie near and far. In long sleep they lie, dormant and still, waiting for omens and heralds of their will. Would you like to do a spot check for me, please?
Yeah, Mike's literally doing anything. I was just about to do copying it into our loot.
Nope.
Beat me to it. And
I am too busy reading.
Spot check.
Spot is shit, like most of my skills.
Spot 13.
22.
Ansel, you are accustomed to finding things that have been hidden in a desperate manner, perhaps is the best thing to describe it as. Your eyes sort of drift to the side of this tablet, and you see where some of the damage is. There is like a hole that you could actually reach your hand into and round sort of into the stone itself. And upon doing so, you find some old volumes, leather-bound volumes of books. Books that you note were likely taken from this very place, from the archive. They match what some of those volumes look like. And inside you find folded up bits of parchment with scribbles and markings of what looks like a rudimentary kind of key. And by key I mean like a key to transcribe letters. Someone has obviously been trying to decipher this language in a hurry.
The language of the book, or
the language that's on the tablet. It matches the celestial runes that gleam upon the tablet.
And is there further information on that, or is it just sort of the equivalent of translation?
Yeah, simply just the means to translate what you have learned.
And so we'll point this out to the others. Somebody else was interested in the tablet as well.
Well,
New book,
okay.
Old book.
Yeah, how fresh is the ink still wet?
No, the ink is definitely not wet. It is smudged. But you can also tell that this would have been the progress of a good number of hours' work as well. So while it is hurried, it wasn't hurried in like, oh, I'll quickly write this down in a couple of minutes. This was like, this is the evidence of a frantic working for many, many hours.
Do we think so? In my mind, chaps, this just makes sense that we encountered somebody that came through a gate, who then said that he wanted to bring more people through gates, didn't he? Like, he said that he was going to bring more of his kind, and that he then came here. So it seems to me like that's information as to how he might go about bringing more of his kind from wherever he came from. So it could be that it was the Gith that was studying this. That's
possible. Certainly him or our good friend Derek.
Yeah, well, it could be Derek. I just know that obviously he said that he wanted to bring more of his kind. Maybe he actually doesn't know entirely how to do that, so he's still figuring it out.
And he was coming here. You're right. Yeah, that's a good shout. Is there anything else we need to look at in this room, or should we?
Are there any other markings or any other symbols or anything that we haven't deciphered on this at all? Anything that we haven't picked up on that it might be worth noting?
More, you wouldn't be able to read much more of it, really. That is, to be honest, the extent of your leanings from your deciphering. But
okay.
One thing I will say is, what did you get again on Decipher Script? It was 20, wasn't it? It was a dirty 20.
20.
That is quite high. Okay, on there then you, you just get like a mixture of different shapes that you're able to sort of determine. One of them looks like a sword. Another looks like another one looks like a set of scales. Another looks like a gleaming star. and you see one last one that's kind of like obscured by mud and dust. And if you were to move it away, you would wipe your hand across a symbol of 2 crescent moons.
Okay. We encountered it was in here, wasn't it? It was back the way we came, and we encountered that room with all the books and the paper and stuff.
Yeah, the archive, yeah.
I'm wondering if I might be able to do like a rubbing.
Yeah, certainly. You'll be able to
take with us to then study later in case there's anything we missed. So that's my intention, really, is to just sort of get a good clean copy of it with a rubbing to take with us. I think.
Is there not a rubbing already in that book, or at least like broken down?
Not so much a rubbing. It's kind of like a. You can see that it's actually been sort of like just jotted in, and you've got like the rough message of it in there, of the symbols, but not of the actual layout. So you'll be easily able to take a rubbing of the of it.
Cool. That's the plan. So I'll once we've got back down there, I'll nip back and do that as quick as possible. Got a few supplies from the room with all the books and the paper.
So just what were the symbols again?
So the sword, a set of scales, a gleaming star, and 2 crescent moons. Four gates, it said, and then there's symbols clearly meaning, perhaps representing locations of the 4 gates. So, like, what would be represented by a sword or a set of scales? Like, so perhaps we need to sort of study the map and try and get an idea of what these represent as far as maybe possible locations for these gates.
Well, we did get 4 other locations, for possibly sister locations of the convent, or at least 4 markings. One was the convent, one was north of the Rocken, one was south of the Rocken, and one was in Ascendium.
Okay, so then to try and figure out if they line up, if they match up to what these symbols mean.
It's the second mention of omens that we've come across, isn't it? Didn't Father Wolf said the first of the great omens or something like that? A little while ago when we met him at the Scar. First of the great omens will open the gate or something.
Yeah, I mean, if you're happy to, there'll be a sort of like a flash in your mind of your confrontation with Father Wolf. And he says, but when the great omens appear, they will signal the arrival of the hunger. So you have definitely heard of the omens, the great omens. They are clearly known of. Well, Derek clearly knows about them as well.
Where were the symbols again? Were they beneath the verse?
So they were sort of across the entirety of the tablet,
Okay.
accented one after the other.
Okay.
Though that isn't specifically the order I told you in isn't a specific order, so please don't think that means then the first one I
sort
said
of
must be
randomly-
one. And, exactly, yeah. So, but those are definitely of some significance.
Yeah. So, like Lester said, if there are other locations that have already been talked about, it would be good to check or see if they line up. If we can find one of those locations that in some way links to one of these images, then we'll know that that's what they're about. So it'd be good to perhaps spend a bit of time looking over the map when we get the chance and studying the map, or finding somebody that has a really good knowledge of the geography of the area. Because I don't think any
It
of
would
us
have been perfect at this point. Derek Redhaven.
Derek Redhaven. Probably would have been quite handy.
Well,
Damn.
there is his property.
Yeah, I don't want to go there. Jesus. He does have a lot of reference materials, though, to be fair. And we probably do want to go back there anyway, so...
That is a very good point. You do remember standing in a vast, dusty library within Derek's abode in Bright Harbour. A very wise thought, actually, Silaster. Very good.
Derek's not there. Bartiz might be.
Bartiz might be
I think
there,
Bartiz
yes.
might be a vampire spawn. We just didn't realise at the time that he was a spawn. Damn it!
He kept his mouth closed.
Rowan will say...
what now, then?
Rowan will say, I have 2 points to bring to your attention.
Mm-hmm.
The first, this place has seen better days. However, there is no denying its strategic significance. Perhaps it would be wise for us to not make it known widely that this place is safe or cleared out. This has all the hallmarks of an admirable place to reinforce, perhaps.
I think it would, yeah, but it would need plenty of reinforcements because we know that there's a powerful vampire. I mean, if you post forces here, if he returns, he could take them out easily. So we have to be...
I don't know. Pog Willin.
Yeah, post Pogwell in. He'll take care of a vampire, no problem.
Erin will hear you mention her friend, and she'll say, Pog, have you seen him? Is he alright?
We went to your village. We saw your old man. He seemed okay, but he didn't mention Pogwell, and we didn't see him.
I thought we saw Pog Willin in the village.
You didn't see him?
Don't think we did.
Oh, you're right, we didn't.
We didn't ask. We asked about Erin, but we didn't ask about Pog.
Callous.
But,
well, Erin did significantly more to help you, I suppose, and make an impression than Pog Willin. You just saved Pog Willin, really. But there we are.
I mean, he showed his worth.
He did actually, to be fair. Yeah, I shouldn't talk him down.
He did a couple of good spells. Like he did a couple of magic missiles, as I recall, that were pretty handy.
Mm-hmm. Well, that
I'm not
brings
opposed
me
to using this place as a stronghold. I just think that we need to be quite careful as to if
I don't know if
Vampire
Derek
Lord
would come back.
returns. Who knows? Who knows if he would?
Say again, sorry, Ansel.
I don't know if he'd come back. He may do, but sort of the fact he's left kind of implies that we got everything he needed. If he, there's no reason for him to leave unless he wants to.
He spoke of this hollow descent, says Rowan.
I did.
I have only heard of the place. I have not ever journeyed there myself.
What do you know of it?
It lies to the very eastern border of Orenthale. In fact, there's some argument whether it lies within the border of this realm or not. But it is a strange and desolate area of this usually quite lush and green province.
Oh no. I really hope you're not talking about the the plains.
It is not the Windward Plains.
Good, because I want to go there.
I thought it was
show
the
us on the
wreckage
map?
of the Empirical, but
That's a bit too far to the east. That's sort of central main realm. We're still talking, still pretty much western edge of the continent, but east in terms of Orenthale. In fact, why not? Let's just show you on the map. She'll actually gesture for you to look, and we'll bring it up. Let's have a look, shall we? So Orenthale, you can see, is that it's a sweeping land, otherwise known as the Arrow of the West. Reaches into the Silver Sea. But the Hollow Descent is this rather eerie looking range of rocks and valleys and it lies
near Bleaktown. That sounds nice.
Yes, Bleaktown.
Lightbreak Forest. Now that rings a bell. Didn't Derek Redhaven mention the Lightbreakers being one of his cults? Must be careful there.
But some distance, and that is a hell of an outbound journey in a coffin.
Yeah.
That would have taken some time, even by air. Jesus.
So there is the Hollow Descent. There is the Valley of the Prophet.
Yes.
The Prophet.
The prop head.
Yes.
It's not a real head, it's just a prop.
It's a prop head. Genuine. There's this book. These runes.
Indeed. Perhaps we should finish exploring and come back to. Or have we fully explored the area now?
Well, we explored up to this room before.
Yeah. So and
now we've explored down to this room and met in the middle. So
yeah, you would have the old cleared in brackets on the map in terms of exploration.
Good.
But
okay.
What's our next move then?
Well, that brings me to my next
I think...
point, says Rowan, for I had two to make.
Oh, apologies, Rowan. Do speak up.
I agreed that I would suffer that creature's presence until we were done with our business here. And she points her staff towards the vampire spawn.
I mean, I just think we need to call our jets. Just, you know.
Just pump the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, having. It's like a weapon. It's just a weapon. That's all he is. It's a weapon. Sword could be considered evil, but it's not, is it?
A sword was not once a living creature. What stands there is as bitter and as foul and as decayed that it is. It was still once a being of this earth, of this plane, and everything has its time. It is merely being perpetuated by dark forces.
I mean, okay. I really think that your issue here then is with dark forces and necromancy in general, which means...
That is correct.
Yeah, which means that we're going to struggle going forward.
I believe you are correct. For the deed that you showed me, for freeing me from this place, I will gladly turn aside. But I cannot willingly stand aside and let you walk from this place with such a foul entity in tow.
Oh dear.
Why do you feel so strongly, Rowan?
I believe I have made my point clear. That beast is an unnatural power in this world.
Mm-hmm. But by your reasoning, so am I.
You allowed me from the bars of the prison. This creature I owe no such debt to.
Is there anything we could do to convince you?
We could just get another one at the morgue.
Oh, God.
Silaster.
Also, it wouldn't be as powerful.
That is not how this works. I love that. That's not how the Force works. That's not how necromancy works. Not yet, anyway. When I get 4th level spells, that's when that works. But even then, I can't create permanent vampire spawn, as I'm not a vampire and don't ever intend to be. Just as a point. Okay. Do you know what? I think that we need to be tactful here, and this is all about keeping good relationships, even with hippie lefty snowflakes that we've got.
Oh, God.
I felt that actually tasted bitter as it came out of my mouth. I was like,
what could be more woke than a vampire?
I merely ask you surrender your puppet. Is that so hard, Necromancer?
a druid that summons and controls creatures of nature.
I am no druid.
Druid. Oh, she's like a cleric or something, right? She's covered in
She can
butterflies.
turn undead. Because of Alona.
You merely ask that I surrender her. I could be a real dick here. She's asking me to surrender control, yes?
Well, I mean, she doesn't necessarily mean let the beast go. It's more just don't get in my way whilst
It's going to be my next move. Okay. And just release him and let him go. Like.
Is he in here? I can't even see. Yes, he's there, isn't he? Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, he stood right in front of her. I've moved him right
Yeah.
up close, in a sort of tense, mildly semi-threatening move. But do you know what? It's fine, because tomorrow I'll have more, and in a month from now I'll have even more, and I'm going to use them to do all the good things that need doing. So this one, sure, go ahead.
She raises her staff, and there is a flash of light as she will make the turn check. And because she is of a significant level, if she is successful, she can simply just eradicate it, which is more than enough.
She's got to beat it by... Really? She can just destroy it?
Yeah,
Hasn't she got to beat its level by like 5 to do that?
She has to be over half of its hit die, correct? Yeah, and she is, and it. There is a blast of light as the vampire spawn takes one last look at you, Obsidian, before it is gone.
A lone tear in its dead eye.
A lone tear in its dead eye.
No, I'm sure it's pure evil. Vampires are evil. I'm sure it was fine with it. And you know, if that made you happy.
Happiness does not come into it.
Or a cleric of Alona.
Fair enough. You did what you needed to do, and you know, hopefully in the future you won't stop me from doing what I need to do.
Perhaps it won't be me, Obsidian. Perhaps it will be someone far less lenient. This land has suffered greatly from the power that you wield. Never forget that. I will go to Quarrel Quay. I will return to the Seafront Grove and help Quarrel Quay further. Where shall you go?
Are you going to fortify here? Are you going to bring people back?
Perhaps in time, but there is wisdom to Obsidian's words. Perhaps the vampire could return. It would be best to watch this place from a distance. Keep its cleansing secret, or as secret as we can, to ensure that nothing else moves in here, and remain watchful until a time that need comes of this place, particularly if that gate ever becomes a bigger problem than it already is.
Very well. You go to Coral Quay. We're returning to Bright Harbour.
We have gold to claim.
I think Bright Harbour, and then we'll move on to... It's gone completely.
I could do...
Slightly further south, that place.
Valley of the Prop Het.
Yeah, the Valley of the Prop Het, yeah.
I could do with heading to Valdenor after that.
As could I, at some point in the not too distant future.
Well, then let's keep this simple. Bright Harbour, the Valley, and see what happens.
Very well.
But what of... Erin, when did you last see Pogwillin?
Right before I left, I told him to remain behind the walls of Quarrel Quay, but that was some days now. I'm
sure he'll be fine.
He had helped in the defense of the place, but if he's not there, then I don't know where he's gone. I'm sure he'll be fine. Or maybe I should look for him.
Anyway, if he's not there, contact us and we will look for him.
I will. Thank you. And she'll sort of like make like an awkward step as if to like go to hug you and then stop and say, thank you for everything you've done. Rowan moves away and she leans in and says, just in case you were wondering, Obsidian, I think what you do in the right circumstances is no different from what any of us do. I don't understand what you do so much, but I've never ever sensed anything cruel from what you can do. I hope I'll see you all again.
You're a kind person, Erin. You will see us again, I'm sure.
Well, you might, unless we run into another powerful ass vampire. Then you probably won't see us. We do tend to.
We might die. Yes. We could be dead at any
Don't say
moment.
we'll see you again. Don't say things like that, you'll jinx us.
Sorry.
Ansel's gonna go over and rest a hand gently on her head, and just sort of
Curse her.
no, not in a cursing way, just in a nice, like a little pat on the head. I'm sure we'll see you soon, Erin.
She smiles and she looks to Rowan, who's sort of like standing in the corner of the room, and gives sort of like a silent nod to her. And then if they have nothing else to say to them, they will then depart ahead of you. And in that case, we'll take the road to Quarrelquay. Anything that you would each do before departing?
I mean, she says there's nothing cruel. It's actually the opposite, because if you've seen my summons, I promise you they did not look that good in life.
One has a big owl head.
I know I do undead, but I do undead fashion, baby.
You're the
It's undead chic.
Are you the Gokwan of
He's the Jean-Paul Gaultier of the undead.
Obsidian
Jean-Paul Gaultier.
None of my undead.
There should be a
however,
pun there
They
somewhere.
just don't. As soon as I get involved with the undead, they stop smelling bad. They smell good. They look good. I think, yeah, we're just going to hit the road, right?
Okay, very good. So then it is. We begin moving to...
God, who fed the horses?
Well,
That's a really good
actually, if you
question,
think
actually.
about
we have
it...
to go and find the horses.
Yes, you will probably have to go and find the horses. Let's see. Well, it's only been nearly 2 days since you saw them, so
It's not, yeah.
It's not been that
like
bad.
it's been...
it's just felt like a long
in a different
time
region.
because
We may have to wait before we set off and feed them and let them recuperate.
sure. Well, no, they'll
Then
probably
we're
have. They'll probably been all right. In fact, actually,
we'll have
that's
just like attached them to a rope, wouldn't we?
yeah. They've got
So I would
grass.
have left them with lots and lots of feed and stuff. Anyway,
And we go to
Certainly.
the toilet and breathe and all those things we don't talk about doing, but do.
Yes, they do eventually do that. So we move back to the map of Orenthale, and we look to the convent. Now, you can take the direct road to Bright Harbour, which will be significantly quicker than your last road, which was to Quarrelquay and then to Bright Harbour.
Is that sort of towards the R of Arrowhead, and then
Yeah, you'll be able to
Scar,
cut across.
and then
There are ways up through the... This isn't like just like sheer cliffs all the way along, so you would be able to make your way direct from the convent to Bright Harbour. With the Necro Wagon, I think that's about 5 days. Let me just check. What does it usually come up with?
slightly more, right?
Probably more, actually, yeah.
Than that, 'cause
6
about-
days, I'd
It was
say.
about that from
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's fairly significant. But 6 days is all right.
We're in no mad rush.
You're in no mad rush. You were able to
No mad rush, just
collect Black Whisper and Mr. Nobby. They don't appear to be harmed in any way. You note that the rope that you'd lashed them to the tree had actually come loose, so you can tell that the necrowagon has moved since you had last left it. There doesn't appear to be anything missing from the necrowagon, but it has seen better days, like in terms of like there's mud splattered across the black paint and
it needs a service.
Yeah, it's definitely been like dragged through like undergrowth and stuff. So. But you're able to begin your...
Well, when we get to Bright Harbour, I'll get it repainted and get it, seen to in the stables.
Okay, so there's 6 days of travel, so I'm going to roll in groups of 2, just to see. First day goes off without a hitch. That means you would have had like at least one good rest. So your level and HP back for that, for those 2 days. Sorry, 2 days, so 2 lots.
So every night before we go to sleep, have we now got a list of names we say out loud? Grin. Namorator. Unnamed Githyanki.
Do you wish vengeance on these people?
I really want to kill Grin. Well, not me specifically. I just want us as a group to take that down. Because, I mean, put his hand in my mouth. That's messed up, man. That's so unhygienic.
Oh, we should go back to the cave in that case.
Oh, yeah, the underwater level. I feel like maybe we should do that, but we need potions. Water breathing.
Bright Harbour first.
Yeah. Really
Maybe another time is what I'll say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, we don't know that he's what's there. There was something under the water, but he didn't strike me as aquatic. So he'd been there. We don't know that that's his home or anything.
So the next 2 days...
I don't know, we found his chain there, didn't we?
You did find his chain there, yeah.
Sorry.
I am going to make you do a check. It is sort of an inevitability, but just in case one of you has sort of like the jump, I'm going to ask you to each do a listen check, please.
Oh, 19. One of my best listen checks.
24.
5.
So, Lasta, you're the first to hear it. Obsidian, not long after. Ansel, you're fairly oblivious until one of your comrades points it out. You're sort of in a world of your own. It's almost like, Silasta, you first, it's almost like you feel it before you hear it. A tremor through the earth, and you sort of like feel yourself straightening your posture and sort of tensing to listen. The kind of tension that runs through your body when you hear the first roll of thunder for a storm approaching. And another roll of thunder, and another, and suddenly you realise this isn't thunder, but it is the sound of thundering hooves.
What roll?
You each turn.
Oh dear.
And I do realise that I've neglected to add one thing on here.
Oh.
Rohan has come.
I hope we're all max health, because I'm not.
It's the riders.
Nope. Well, depends actually. No,
Are you not? It's been
this is on the third or fourth day.
Yeah, so you had 2 days.
So this is the fourth
still
day.
wouldn't be-
So you would have another day of rest. I've just realised the
Okay, so
necrowagon needs to be
I'm
pasted
still
here.
not at full.
I'm almost at 4.
Almost. Yeah, I'll take almost.
You are sort of trundling along on the necrowagon, which I am pasting there. There we are. and come to a halt as across the crest of the arrowhead.
I love that it's sideways, like we did a handbrake turn.
Yeah.
I actually love that.
Thundering towards you is a contingent of heavy horse. Cavalry sweep across the plain towards you. And you see that all of these warriors riding these massive destriers are bedecked in gleaming armor. The one at their head, however, is the most gloriously dressed. He has what looks like a dragon helm, with sort of like decorated gold. He has heavy plate armor, and you can hear the ground shake. Just him moving towards you. He gives a signal as his contingent sort of file up behind him, and dun 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 dun, dun, rides right up to you. And he says, "Travelers, I bid you, please halt."
Hello there. How can we be of service?
While we appreciate the offer, the service is ours to give. We have ridden from Valdenor. We were given word to ride here with all speed to deal with the insurrection. Already we have cut many of their number down. You glance over, and in the distance it's almost like you can see like thin lines of smoke rising from obviously some form of battle that has happened.
Who have you been cutting down?
Well, the last report that we were given before we made charge against them, that some cultist freaks wearing animal masks, calling themselves Savage Doom, had murdered hundreds of people close to this point. It is regrettable that it took us this long to arrive. But from what we can tell...
Yes, indeed, we've heard terrible things.
From what we can tell, most of their numbers have been routed from the area. Have you seen any?
You're welcome. Have we seen any?
I'm just tucking meme horse further into my bag.
That's a good point, yes. I hadn't even thought of that, you know.
We have spent some time at Quay, who have been dealing with many of their numbers.
We've destroyed many of their number. Come on, let's not be coy about this, chaps.
Yes,
but we have killed a lot of them.
We heard a valiant defence was made at Quay. Valiant indeed. It is well that reinforcements were sent there when they were sent there. Forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. Sorry, go ahead.
That's kind of what I was going to ask. What you're saying, like by there, because obviously, as I say, they're from Valdenor. So, do I recognise the armor? Like, what branch they're kind of from? If they're the standard militia of the area, if they're an independent.
I'm not even gonna make you roll because these would be incredibly famous. These are So these are the Dragon Guard, and they are the main heavy cavalry force of the Kingdom of Orenthale. And he will introduce them as such. And I am Danico, leader of the Dragon Guard here.
What was that name?
Danico.
Danico.
I'm just gonna
D-A
guess at that.
N-N-I-C-O. Danico.
Oh, I was so close. I had ECO. Had a go.
Well, I had a KO, so I failed miserably.
You have battled them also.
We've sort of, well, we have largely defended ourselves against them when they continually try to set us on fire when we sleep. It's mad. It's maddening.
Yes, we had heard that they were a craven lot, but out in the open field, they may as well have been the creatures that they pretended to play at, for we rode them down as such.
I think we took out the majority of them at their own home base. And that was our last encounter with the actual Savage Doom.
Yes, we had heard tell that they would have been held up in a region or an area known as the Scar, but some force or other had driven them free from that place. Was that you?
The strangers. That is us.
Then you have done the realm a service. For our cavalry may not have fared so well against their number upon high mountain passes. Well, we ride.
That's only a relief that we've met them on the plains. That their numbers will interrupt us, much less going forward.
We ride to continue our patrol. What road do you take?
We're going to Bright Harbour.
We're in need of resupply. I'm sure you do understand, as I imagine you have as well, coming all the way from Valdemar, been on the road for some time. And everything needs fixing, as you can see by our transportation.
Yes. Well, you'll find the road there far safer than it has been in the past days. I highly doubt you'll be troubled now.
Sorry, it's going to be wonderful.
Excellent work.
And to you as well.
I say excellent work. There are hundreds of them. I don't say that. I'm just like, but there are hundreds of you.
You can see that the response from Valdemar probably warranted against the force that they've clearly come from battling. Like, you had heard that they were all over the Arrowhead, so these guys have clearly been like busy riding across these plains, rooting them out where they could find them, and putting an end to the terror that they were sowing through the land and forcing refugees into places like Bright Harbour and the like.
Excellent. That actually might be a bit of an end then of a chapter sort of thing, you know, like with Savage Doom being such a problem, perhaps they'll cease to be such a problem now, and we can move on to the next enemy that'll want to set us on fire.
For there are many.
Yeah.
They all want to set you on fire. Would you know anything?
If someone tries to set you on fire, you set them right on fire back.
Yes. Would you know anything of us before we ride?
I don't know if we've got any questions for them, really. Obviously, I mean, you know, they wouldn't have left Valdemar if there was any issues there, so I'm sure that means that Valdenor's fine.
Well, Valdemar stands as it always has, proud and defiant against the ever-changing conflicts of this world.
I don't know that we've got... You guys think there's anything we need to ask?
I don't know Valdemar at all. If you want news.
I don't think there'll be any... I don't think there's any news in particular. Valdemar wasn't really undergoing any specific quarrels at the moment, but...
No. But if you ever find yourself there, then
just
if you ever find yourself there, then do mention my name. There will always be hard work and good errands to put the likes of you upon.
I mean, that sounds amazing. Actually, that's just the sort of thing to earn a bit of extra money.
You also think prestige as well, Obsidian. This is sort of like the next level, as it were. These do you want to do a history check about the Dragon Guard whilst they're just in front of you? Might as well.
Well, I had almost definitely heard about the Dragon Guard, actually, when we were talking about Valdenor before. So I know that they're a big deal. They're the main kind of thing. So to get in with them would certainly spread the word a bit. I don't have history, so it would just be straight knowledge.
Yeah, by all means.
18.
Yeah, I was going to say you could probably add a bit because of the fact that you come from there, but that is more than enough. Legend says that in Valdenor's time of need, a great dragon swept from on high to help defend the walls against the Horde of Mercy.
I remember this as well. Yeah,
that broke against the walls of Valdenor. And also two strangers that rode upon its back as well. That's sort of where the legend goes, and they were the fabled first Dragon Guard, as it were, because they came to defend the city when no one else would. And from there, this sort of elite guard force has been at large from Valdenor, and Valdenor's always had a strong relationship with dragons as well, so there's that to think about too. But in the meantime, he says...
So, in fact, if we want to make more of a name for ourselves, that's a really strong option.
Big time.
Get in with those guys. Sorry, carry on.
Celasta grimaces slightly, but...
Well...
That's all.
You still have a fair amount of your journey to go, and so do we. But it was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And he realizes you call yourself the Strangers, but I do not actually know your names.
I am Obsidian.
You can call me Hans.
And this
Celasta.
This is Celasta. Yeah, he's the quiet one.
He's very shy.
He's a bit shy.
There's a lot of people.
It is wise not to waste words.
You couldn't do much better for someone to fight alongside you, though.
Well, maybe that day will come.
Very good with the punchy.
Punchy.
The punchy.
And it's all about the punchy.
Until that day.
Safe travels, friends.
And he puts heel to horse, and the great Destrier rears up and throws a shadow across you all as he sort of falls in with the line of heavy horses. They thunder across the plain.
It's just separating round us.
Move around.
How do Mr. Nobby and I've forgotten what the other one's called immediately.
Black Whisper.
Black Whisper. How do they look in? Do they look jealously on the?
I don't know. What do you think, Obsidian? How do you think Black Whisper and Mr. Nobby feel?
Well,
I don't think there would be jealousy.
I don't think they're war horses, so they don't look quite as hedge as those horses. But they're
a bit more malnourished.
No, they're not malnourished. They're well loved, actually. They're well loved. They look they're well groomed. They look more pet than horse, that would be pulling a cart. Imagine they live a little bit more.
They in the house, not in the stables.
Yeah. They're quite friendly.
Mr. Nobby
Horses
opens
go.
the door.
And so with that, you're able to continue on your journey. I'm just trying to bring up... Oh, God. This is a risk.
You're going to break roll 20.
Probably.
I'm amazed you haven't. I'm amazed you haven't with all of those tokens.
Yeah.
To be
Yeah,
honest, with you.
actually,
Look at
that
all.
probably doesn't help. Well, in the meantime, let's roll to see if you do encounter anything else. Let's see. So, yeah, you've done 4 days now. 2 more days remaining till Bright Harbour. And it is as Danico suggested. The way is long, but it is unburdened by the presence of Savage Doom. As you continue on your road, however, you do see scars across the landscape that sort of betray where they had been. You do note that there are small structures and settlements you pass that have been torched to the ground, where they had driven folk from their homes. You see a number of them lie slain across various different battlefields. And while you have been very much part of this conflict, you have been involved in sort of the centre of the storm of it. What you're seeing now is sort of like the effects of what's been happening around you. But then at last, sort of the middle of the second day, because you've made good time and nothing's disturbed you, the Necromagon trundles towards Bright Harbour, and you feel the welcome scent of the sea air meet your nostrils. So as you pass that way, and I will bring it up on the map. I'm just desperately trying to make something else work whilst I'm doing that. What's your first port of call? Pardon the pun with it being a port, but what is your first port of call?
Stables, I think. Most of this we're
You're
going to
going to look after your horses.
Yeah, so I'm going to put the horses into the stables, and I'm going to ask the stables to do some repairs on the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll pay to have that done.
You can certainly pay to have that done. I'm gonna, because we'll just say that it's a rudimentary. How good do you want it to look? They'll ask you.
Yeah, well, they don't have to repaint it or anything.
Top
Literally,
notch.
we just I imagine that it'll need everything just reattaching firmly. So fix the wheels, make sure they're nice and firmly attached. We're not going to lose a wheel on the road, and all the straps and stuff for the horses. Check them over.
That'll cost 15 gold pieces to do a proper trim up, and it'll be immaculate.
Yeah, no problem. We can do that.
It's as you settle up Obsidian, you hear a and a rook soars out of the air.
It's a rook. Gotta love this postal system.
And
It's that Amazon package.
Obsidian, you've got mail. That is mail that has just been sent to you personally. But you have received mail. So Lasher and Ansel, you see that this rook lands, and it has this scroll attached to its leg. You can hear from the jangle of the little pouch on its leg that it's been paid to send this. And it has done its duty and brought its delivery here. So Obsidian, you have received that. So the Necrowagon is being fixed up. So Obsidian would have been doing that. Ansel, is there anything in particular you'd want to do whilst you're in Bright Harbour? And now I'll be able to change this over as well, now that I've done that.
The only thing Ansel wants to do would involve one of the other two, so depending on what they get up to, I'll hold fire.
Yeah, very good. As you're moving through the streets, there's that familiar sort of like salt spray in the air. You also can't help but notice that as you sort of like move your way through the city, you remember that it's sort of built into one of the coves on this region of Orenthale. And you can't help but notice that on the very pinnacle on that cove that you'd been to before, precariously perched on the edge of this settlement, you see that crooked house that you had unsuspectedly visited, Derek. It sort of almost seems to be ominously looking at you. A dark accent on the horizon.
I think while you're doing this, Obsidian will probably disappear for a few minutes and sit on the docks and read. So he'll catch you up. He's going to hang behind. I'm not going to say anything about the letter, but I do really appreciate the little poster just in the corner. It's the Rook Postal Service, and I love it. It's genius.
When you were getting your wagon done, Celasta was going to head off to Croach, as we had a bit of a bounty still to collect.
Good shout.
Yeah, so whilst Obsidian reads, then you can move to the bronze banners. Then, Celasta, Ansel, are you going with?
Yeah, why not?
So you approach the bronze banners, and you find it easily massive bronze banners high in the sea breeze, and just outside the door, actually, you can see that Croach is sat there taking in the afternoon air. He is drawing a flat whetstone across a very wide broadsword. It puts broad into the name broadsword, as a matter of fact. Shing, shing, shing. Oh my goodness me. You're alive then?
Oh yes.
And what about that problem I sent you to deal with at Loth?
Sorted.
I can't remember this guy's name. What was this guy's name again?
Tannerman.
Ruvold
Croach
Croach is who you're speaking to right now.
Ruvold Croach, that's the one.
Yes, the leader of the Bronze Banners, the head of that mercenary guild, sort of sent you as a proxy whilst they were dealing with other matters. Now, how much did I promise you then?
250.
Oh yes, it was only the standard rate after all, given the mess you made of our rooftop. There's still the stench of Blood Judge up there, you understand?
Fine.
250 gold pieces it is then. And how is Tala, man? Is he still ripping people off?
You're ripping heads off at this rate.
Really?
Yes, he displayed great feats while we were there.
Sorry, was that 250 each?
No. Every time it is each. That's the catchphrase of the campaign. Each? No. No, you get 250 gold piece between the three of you. Because the rest of the money went to the cleaning bill.
Of course.
So he says anyway.
The other 250, 500.
Well, if you're ever looking for any more work, eventually we'll be moving on an excursion that we're being commissioned for. And it will require the presence of more men than are currently enlisted within the banners. Won't be for a month or two, but something big's happening.
What's that?
He looks around conspiratorially. Could you keep a secret? And he grins, and you can see he's got oddly enough, a bronze tooth here.
Of course.
The bronze banners are going back to where we made our name. We're going back to the Mercylands. You can do a geography check or a history check.
I remember.
They've been roughly sort of suggested, suggested earlier in the session actually as well. But yes.
I've got history.
Yeah, by all means.
So, it is a nice, simple. Nope. Silasta wasn't paying attention to the map.
No. Ain't from around these parts.
I mean, I can roll, but I don't think it's they do any good.
Obsidian, did you roll, or was that from your previous attempt?
No, I'm not actually there. I didn't roll.
Oh, of course you're not. Of course you're not. I do apologise.
I'm sat staring at the sea, reading peacefully.
Well, the Arrowhead, as you know, is a peninsula that juts out of the side of Orenthale. Well, imagine that, but to the south, pointing in the opposite direction. That's the Mercylands. It's the home of many tribes of orcs and beastmen and the like. Now,
What will you be doing down there?
well, we'll be going on an extraction mission. Recovering something from those lands means getting in and getting out. And I'm sure you're probably aware, if you're not familiar with the Mercylands, you'll certainly be familiar with the hospitality of the orcs. Now, they're not as warlike as they used to be, it has to be said. An unsteady truce was struck when the barricade fell them many years back. But ever since then, they keep trying their luck, pressing further and further into civilized lands, so they call them. But we mean to strike at the very heart of those savage lands. But that will be in the future, so be sure to come back when you're ready.
Of course.
Intriguing offer.
I'll send you a rook if you're interested.
Why not?
To the Captain Point.
Very good. Well, it was a pleasure doing business. Glad you looked after Talaman. Send him my regards if you see him before me. Sounds like he should be joining our company by the sounds of how he did.
I think he should. One last word, Croach.
Ah, yes.
What contacts do you have in Aldenor?
Plenty.
What if I'm looking for work in Valdenor?
He sort of like eyes you and says, I could give you a few names, but it depends what you're going to do with those names. Hope you're not going to go throwing them about, saying that old Rovol's been flapping his mouth.
Of course not.
Alright, we'll look for Scardi. Scardi. Dwarven fella, presides in Baldenor, and he definitely has more specialised work than holding a spear and guarding a door, put it that way.
I mean, it's a big city by the sounds of it.
Yes, it is.
Where should I start looking for Scardi?
You'll have to wait while I check my little black book. Okay, you'll find him at the acid flagon.
Acid flagon.
Acid flagon. Ass flagon.
Wow, acid flagon. That doesn't say ouch. That's hoy.
Not the most reputable place. Keep your eyes in the back of your head when you're going there.
Of course. I never met you.
Good. Well, I shan't be keeping you.
I wasn't making a point of like whispering or anything, so unless Ansel was deliberately just doing his own thing, you probably would have heard that. But...
Well, Croach wasn't trying to hide it either, so Ansel would likely have heard what he was saying, so yeah.
Cool.
Well, I'll divvy up my 83 gold out of that 250. Well, it's 83.3, but I'll just take the 83.
Okay.
Pass off the rest to Ansel.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. Anything else you'd like to get up to, Silester?
I've got what I needed, but I
In
fear.
which case, would you go on?
I fear I am in short supply of the apothecary again, but aside from that, I'm free.
Would you like to pay off your favour?
I suppose I have no choice. Well, I'm an elf of my word.
Oh. You are. I know. I've seen. All I want to do, Silaster, is play a game. I'd like to play a game of...
It's getting weird again.
No, the children play it. The children play it. It's called Truth or Dare. Would you like to supply a truth or a dare, Silaster? Supply a truth or fulfill a dare.
He's just eyeing you up. It's just like... Celesta's never fully got a grip of Ansel. I mean... this tall figure, imposing... Yeah. Truth or a dare? Well, I'm not good at talking. I'll take the dare.
Very well. And Ansel will lean in very close to Silaster. Just uncomfortably close. And he's just going to whisper in your ear. of our teas. And lean back. And then carry on walking.
Okay.
Celasta turns to Ansel. One condition. I need a gold piece.
If that will help.
I'm not doing it for free.
Fair enough. That actually brings me to a round number of gold, so I'll happily supply you with a gold piece, Silasta. For playing the game, your reward. And he tosses you a gold piece.
Well, do I have a time limit for this dare?
Before we leave Bright Harbour, assuming he's still here, of course.
Then let's
The
go
next
for a
time
walk.
you meet him, at least. And so we'll look up at the house on the hill.
As if it looms over you, I think another dark shape probably becomes apparent to us. Obsidian, do you think this is a good point for you to have returned?
Yeah, I would have sat for a little while, read, chilled for a few minutes, taken in the ocean air, wandered back to you boys.
So as you finish that conversation, Obsidian arrives. So before we go to our break then, what is it that we're doing for the next part of this session? Are we going to the house, or do you have somewhere else you want to be
That
first?
was the plan.
We're going to the house.
Well, hang on.
Actually, no, I need to go to an apothecary. I want
Yeah.
a handful of potions.
It's not like we're
if
not
they
going to
have.
do lots of shopping or anything, because
I've got 8 potions of cure light wounds if you
got
want
the
to.
money.
I'm not going to make another favour whilst I'm currently executing a favour.
Good choice of words.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can go to the apothecary first, and we can do some random rolls if you want to see if there's any extra spicy bits. Those percentages are going to be slightly easier to get because we're in a port city. So we'll do that first before we go to break then. So you head to an apothecary called... do I have a name for an apothecary here? I'm not sure if I do.
Boots.
Boots. The old boots.
Super apothecary.
The brewer's boot.
They wore
There we go.
boots
The
back-
brewer's boot.
The brewer's boots!
Excellent.
They have been pursued aggressively in the small claims court by the Brewers Droop, which is a chain that exists throughout main realm. But the Brewers Boot is you see that there's a sign, and it is just a leather boot with some strange liquid appearing to ooze from the top of it, and a strange gnomish figure awaits you as you arrive in the apothecary. All manners of smells reach your nostrils as you behold it. As we bring up some potions, then let's do it. So he'll say, and what would you be looking for this fine day, gentlemen? I've not seen you in this humble establishment before.
Well,
So what are we having?
3... hang on.
So cure light wounds is 50 gold pieces, of which she has 12 of them for sale.
I'll take 2.
Okay, that's 100.
A cure mod?
He has 6 of those available.
How much?
300 gold pieces.
I'll take the 1.
I'll take a couple of those.
Cure mods, 300 each then.
Right.
Does he have any mage armor?
Well, I think I have some around the back somewhere. Let me go and see. I think for mage armor to discover the only thing and something that I think we should work out outside of session is working out not only the percentile that we'll roll for them, which I'm happy to do off the cuff, but more of if you want multiple versions of them. How do we think we should do that? We'll have to work that out. In the meantime,
very good. Yeah.
In the meantime, I think we'll do it individually. So if you want a mage armor, then is anyone else going to be after a mage armor potion, or is it just Silaster?
Just Silaster, I think.
All right then.
One not wearing armor.
We'll say 40% then, because this is a thriving port town. 40%, 40 or lower on the D100.
Okay. Yes.
Nice.
There we go. So yeah, a potion of mage armor. He presses that to your hands. That's 50 gold pieces.
Gold, so that
50 gold pieces,
to
please.
450. I think that'll do.
Are you quite sure? I have a potion of neutralize poison.
Are you trying to suggest something? No.
That the fumes that you experienced when walking into my shop was indeed poisonous? No, of course not.
He's just creating a need, man. Which is business
Yeah.
when I want.
Well, I wanted you to say poison
two-
for what? For the poison you just drank and do a whole Temple of Doom thing. But never mind. Which is one of the best lines, I think, in any film ever. Yes. Anything else, sorry? Anything for you at all?
I
Or
have two that I would like to see if he has.
yes, by all means.
But they're a slightly higher level.
By all means.
They're both actually the same level. So I was wondering if he had a potion of fly.
No.
We have fly and haste.
Yes. Well, let's roll for the haste first. I will say. You say that the same level as mage armor, are they?
Well, they both are in that
They are,
the same price bracket.
They're the same
So,
price, but
yeah,
they're not the same level. Mage armor is level 1, I believe.
Oh, they're
Fly
not the same
is
level?
level 3. Yeah, so I'm going to say it's going to be harder to get fly.
Oh, they're not the same level as mage armor. I think they're slightly higher. Yeah, they're higher than mage armor, but I think they're the same as each other. So, I mean, haste and fly are the same.
Let's just say 30% then. I think that's fair. 10% off it, just in case. So we'll do haste first. Roll 30 or lower.
Sure. Okay, 30 or lower of haste.
Oh, and fly.
He has no haste. He has no fly. Never mind then. I'll keep my money.
I'll see if I can get to
Ansel,
brewing some before you leave.
And so would look for invisibility and eagle splendor, should they be available.
I'll say the same, 30% for those two, I think. Invisibility first.
They're a slight one bracket lower, by the way, Rob.
Oh,
that
okay.
Makes any difference to you. They're
Right,
the same
well,
as
I would
mage
have said
armor,
40
so...
then in that case, in which case you wouldn't have found those,
Either way.
unfortunately. I have a potion of spider climb, if you'd be interested. That's 300 gold pieces, and you can climb the walls.
Don't really want... actually, thinking about it, there's one that we can't do without. Can I attempt for lesser restoration, please?
Oh, yes. So lesser restoration. What level is that?
I'll happily roll for it, and I'll even buy one of them, even though I'm not sure it. Oh no, it would still heal me because it's not healing. It's.
Do we know what level it is?
Restoring.
It's the same 300, so it's the same as the Eagle Splendor and.
But it's
Mage Armor.
but the level of the spell is higher as well. I mean, I know it's the same price, but I don't know. I think the level should determine its rarity. Yeah, I'm still happy to make you roll for it. Let's just say 30% again. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Just for now.
Really been looking that up because I'm stupid. But yeah, it's a level 1. It's a level 2 druid, level 1 paladin.
Is it? Wow.
Which is, well, level 1 paladin's kind of
Yeah,
like...
but level 1 is
All right,
four
yeah,
or something.
that's a good point. A level
So
one
it's a level.
paladin
It says
that is,
cleric 2.
Okay, well, let's just
Cleric
keep it
two,
for now. Keep it for now at 30%. 30 or lower, you get lesser restoration.
Oh, Lord.
Definitely
No,
not.
no,
I'm
that's-
afraid you've caught me on a bit
This
of a bad
shop
day. I've got some tea if you would
What
like
about
some.
water breathing?
Not
Tea.
poisoned tea.
Water breathing in case we.
I would have thought you
do
would
that.
especially focus on healing remedies.
Yes, I have well, water, right, well, I'm afraid this one is going to be significantly harder to find, I think. Oh, it's level 3.
Harder than the ones that don't
my back
exist.
So,
room.
level 3, alright, 30%.
Water.
30% for 1.
Water breathing.
Oh,
No gillyweed.
shit.
I'm afraid to say that I am cleared out.
Yeah, obviously.
I forgot to. I've been
is
hiding
his
it all this
shelf
time.
empty?
Yeah, I haven't got any product. Help me! I'm going bankrupt.
It's like the Monty Python cheese shop.
Please help me.
Just like aromas for diffusers, isn't it? Sort of, a
Red
lavender scent.
Leicester? Nope.
Oh,
I need cheddar. We're out of cheddar.
Unfortunately, you leave the shop disappointed. I'm very sorry. We'll have to work on that system, I think.
It's fine. Well,
I
still
got everything
my
I think I needed.
gold.
Right. So as you make your way out of the shop, then just so I'm aware for when we come back, are you going towards? Are we going to Derek's house? Okay.
The house on Haunted Hill.
The house on the Haunted Hill. Yes. Well, in that case, that is where you will find us when we return after these messages, of which there are none.
Yeah, there will be.
Yeah, we'll be back. See you in a bit.
Not until we get sponsors.
I actually literally can't. There we go. Oh, God.
Sponsored by the Brewer's Boot.
It's,
Remedy.
But no remedy.
I wish this would mute. Why isn't this muting? What is going on? There we go. Good Lord.
Works on its own timeline,
On
baby.
my own time. I'll come back at my own sweet time.
Oh,
So-
just, we'll wait around.
We return to discover that our wandering heroes, the strangers, have decided to investigate the house of a very public figure who they have learned very recently to be a vampire.
Is a prick.
Yes.
Also a vampire.
Is that how you say it when it's got a Y in it?
A vampire.
A vampire.
A vampire. Now, you might have to scroll down
Slayer
to
of the vampires.
Now,
Vampire.
you might have guessed from that ominous tone that you stand before the yawning porch of the home of Derek Redhaven. It seems darker standing before this house than it does across anywhere else in Bright Harbour. In fact, it stands as the opposite of the name. It is a dark place. And it appears to leer over you as you stand before its rather impressive threshold. What do you do?
Well, I can't see as it's particularly dangerous. So, Lester, after you.
What do we see in
Let's go
front
knock.
of us? Like, I can see there's a raised bit up to the doors, I guess.
Yeah, so
So
there's
is
a
that-
sweeping
is like
stone
A
staircase.
window.
Yeah, there are windows, but they are they're placed quite high up, and it's notable that they are sort of like draped over and curtained from the inside.
Not really any balconies on them. They're all just.
No real balconies as such.
Ansel is just looking expectantly at Silastor.
So that's just going to go for a hood up, a bit of a walk.
Yeah, you look around the side and you note that there's this not on
Walking
the
the
map.
perimeter.
It's not on the map, but you're sort of surrounded by this like black iron fence that sort of surrounds the entirety of the house.
If I can spot any way in apart from the front door. Slight break in a fence. Slightly open window, maybe. It's
A
not
hole
looking-
in the wall.
It's not looking tasty.
A chimney to slide down. Like a lecherous Father Christmas.
There we are, I got lost in the darkness myself then for a moment. Yeah, so you go around, there doesn't appear to be. Sorry, there is. At the back. No, sorry, there isn't. That's my own map. That's there isn't a door. There isn't a door. I do apologise. There appears to be the front door.
Is this a window that I'm stood in front of now?
Yeah. But it's quite high up.
Okay. Can Cry do things like lift latches or do anything like that? If we find a small hole to get him in.
I guess as long as it wasn't too complicated to do. He's not. He is an animal.
Yeah. So unless you think you can climb to get in the window, or do you think we should just use the front door?
I'm not
Why don't we knock?
at a point. I can climb a steel fence, iron fence.
We could knock. To be fair, we could just knock.
I'm gonna quiet, very slowly, just check the door and just see if it's locked or if it's unlocked. Really slowly, just.
Yeah, it's you press. It appears to be locked. As you probably guessed, it would be.
Well, why not?
Yeah, you knock on the door and it gives this hollow thrum as you do so. There is a decent amount of time passes, but then all of a sudden you hear a you hear a number of locks unlock and the door swings open. And I'll just do that first, and then do that as well. The door opens, and before you there stands a man that you recognize. In rather drab, dusty robes. The robes cut to a uniform trim is Bartiz, the butler of Darrick Redhaven. He opens the door and he says, "Can I help you?"
Seeing this obsidian hand sword literally just standing at the back, it's like, well, Salasta the charismatic shall lead this.
Mm-hmm.
Bartis,
You got this.
I have been paid to take your life, and immediately I'm going to shadow jaunt behind him and smack him.
Sidney's like, what the shit?
With a mountain hammer as I just hit him over the top of the head.
Not bothering with
my
getting
God.
information, nothing. Excellent.
We can get it from books. I'm doing my job.
The job you were paid
my
1 gold
God.
for.
I'm paid for it. It's a job.
Okay, yeah, well, make your attack, please.
I don't know whether to stop him or... is this...
Do you have time to stop him?
Well, no, not really.
Mountain hammer. 20. Oh, that's so close to a critical.
Oh my god. You just zip behind him, and before Bartis can do anything, you smash into him. By all means, do your damage.
Let's roll this.
Do it.
What is it? It's... That's what it is. Just have to check the damage. That plus that. Going for the sneak attack. 25 points of damage.
What is it like as you kill Bartis in one fell swoop?
This was a very... Like, you've seen Salasta snap a neck before, but this was a neck snap with a lot of ferocity behind it. This was like almost ripping the head off neck snap. It was quite extreme.
he stands there for a moment. His old body just is frozen for a second. And the old man stood there as you just wrench his head sideways. You hear a snap. Ansel and Obsidian, you watch as Bartis goes rigid for his moment. His eyes roll into the back of his head, and he falls limply to the ground. But as he falls to the ground, Silaster, you realise something is wrong. He isn't falling to the ground in the way that normal bodies fall to the ground. Bartis's corpse erupts into a vast swarm of rats that immediately swarms across you, Silaster. And I ask, roll initiative.
Well, I mean, you bloody well asked for that, frankly.
Well,
you can't just go murdering old men for no reason.
It's not for no reason.
You were paid to? What are you, just an evil assassin? That's evil! That's evil!
24 initiative.
19 for Ansel.
13 for Obsidian. I will be going with probably last. You've both done much better than me.
Sorry, Silaster got
24.
24. Ansel
19.
Obsidian
really
13.
what would
Okay.
happen. 13. If I summoned a swarm of rats, and if we had a rat on rat,
A
swarm of rats.
rat on rat.
Well, because all they do is occupy someone else's space to do damage. They don't have to roll, and they're both going to want to try and occupy each other's space to do damage. So surely they'd just be constantly doing. It's just an absolute war of attrition.
So, with that said,
He's literally several rats in a coat. Is that what?
It's the rat king.
Is that what this?
effectively, so Silaster, you strike, and as soon as the body tumbles to the ground, he just erupts into this wave of rats that just swarm about you. Because of this, you will first of all take, just from the impact, 6 points of damage. And please make a fortitude saving throw.
I will use my mind over body, so I can use my concentration check.
Okay.
27.
You feel like some filthy, invasive evil tries to penetrate your nervous system, but you're able to resist it. We're at the top of the round, and you go first, Silaster. And I should remove the actual body there, because he is no longer there.
Couldn't even see it through all the rats.
Oh
no, that was Silaster. Ha!
I will, as a swift action, I'm going to swap into my Child of Shadow stance.
Okay.
Assassin stance won't be too good against Swarm. And then I will attempt, just drawing some focus in, I'm going to attempt an insightful strike.
Okay.
As I'm just going to unleash my focus and my calm to take down as many rats as I can.
Sure.
How good this is, I don't know. Let's see. 27 to hit.
That is a hit.
Again.
I hit the swarm. Excellent. Right. Let's see what damage I do to the swarm. My insightful strike always rolls low, and I roll a 1, so that's 13 points of damage.
You still take out a sizable chunk of the rats. What is it like as you send a good chunk of them splatting into the wall next to you?
Well, in the past, it's sort of been like a palm to the opponents, but because they're a swarm of rats, this is more of a considered stomp. I kind of raise my foot, and then I bring it down with a bit of a ha! As I stomp into the swarm, and I squish a few rats.
They bite and champ at you as you step down, but a number of them lay crushed as well. Anything else on your turn, Silaster?
We're being crushed. That's it.
Okay. It is now Bartiz the Swarm's turn.
Bartiz the Swarm.
And is
Row.
oh well, I wonder actually. It will provoke an attack of opportunity off Silaster.
Oh. I will take it. And this gets to the +2. 17.
Is a hit.
Oh.
So roll it up.
Oh, max 14.
Oh my goodness.
Better than mine.
More rats go soaring into the air as these
Just kicking them aside.
rush forward and
paid to
just go
exterminate.
to try and envelope both Silaster and Obsidian. Because it ends its turn on both of you, that means both of you are just going to take damage. So, again, you each take 6 points of damage. And I'd like both of you to make
Is
a
it actually on Ansel's space?
It should be.
It's on mine, definitely.
It should
Not
be.
Ansel. Is he in between spaces?
Well, I meant for it to go there. There we go. He isn't going on there for some reason.
How many points of damage? Sorry, 6.
6 points of damage, and I'd like both of you to make a fortitude saving throw, please.
Is this a spell or spell-like ability?
It is not.
Or is it a rat-like ability?
It is a rat-like ability, yes.
Because I have... Hold on.
+2 against rat like ability.
21 for answer. Good roll.
Very good.
Actually.
Is it sleep, stunning, paralysis, poison, or disease? Is it any of those?
It is disease.
Cool. Okay, so I get a +2, I think.
Okay.
+2.
Oh, critical fail.
Yeah, I'll take that, sure.
Whereas Ansel is resisting some foul
warrior.
power trying to infect him.
How I love
Obsidian, however, is
Loves a
not
bit of
so
foul
lucky.
power, does Obsidian.
I'd like you to please, Obsidian, roll a d4 and re-roll if you get a 4.
It's a 1.
Okay. Yeah, it begins to bite and snap at you, and that is the end of Bartis's turn. Ansel.
I'll take a 5-foot step out of the swarm. And my little buddy will completely move out of the swarm. And I will attempt to first curse the rats.
I'm so sorry.
DC 16 will save.
I'm so sorry. I need to
work.
ask something else. I need you to make another fortitude save, please.
Oh, okay.
Also,
Another.
not magic. 'Cause
Me?
It's
both of you will actually, so you might as well both do it. Yeah.
normal. 17.
Okay, you are fine in that case. And
19 this time.
you're both fine. Okay, I do apologise. I should have probably asked that straight up. But yeah, you're absolutely fine. Something else gnaws at your senses, but doesn't distract you. Apologies, Ansel. What were you doing?
I was swift actioning with a curse.
Yeah.
Will save DC 16.
He will attempt it. That's a will save, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a failure. That's a 2 on the die.
Excellent. So he's at -2 to attack, saves, checks, and weapon damage. And then I will use a spell. So if he wants to do an attack of opportunity, he can, if he's able to, as rats.
Yeah, he can.
Ooh.
He can. He's gonna.
Go for it.
AC?
16.
The swarm snaps and bites at you, but isn't able to get purchased as you prepare your spell.
Excellent. I will cast Cause Fear on the rats, obviously.
Okay.
If they're able to feel fear. So that's a will save of DC 15, but it is at -2 already.
Also a failure. They succumb to cause fear.
So it is frightened for 1d4 rounds.
Okay.
Which is one round.
Okay.
Excellent. And because I've cast the spell as well, that fires off my Dreadful Wrath ability, which means it also needs to do a will DC save of 17 or be shaken on top of its.
Oh, that's a misroll. That's gone off the table. I'll re-roll that. DC, sorry, 17, did you say?
Yeah, and it's currently a -4 because of the frightened and cursed.
Yeah, that is a failure.
Conditions. Then it's on to the next stage of fear, which I can't remember. It is
Panicked.
panicked.
It is panicked. It squeaks and writhes about
Panicked for
all
a
of you.
round.
Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
No, that's it. So it's panicked for one round, and then it's just shaken and cursed.
Okay, so as it becomes shaken and cursed, and goodness knows what else, it writhes about you, but it is now Obsidian's turn.
Is it technically still on me?
It
Sort of
is
next to us now,
on
isn't it?
you, yes.
Right. So, because I'm seeing it next to me, but it's in my space, is it?
It is. It should be in your space. That's correct. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It won't let me put it there for some reason, but it is in your space. There we go.
That's fine. We just yeah, that's fine. We can have it as it's easier for you to move it anyway. But so if it's in my space, I'm not going to move to start with. I'm just going to. So Obsidian kind of clutches his stomach for a second, and there's a kind of massive burst of green power that explodes outward from him. I need the swarm to do a will DC 18 for half damage.
Well, that is not a success. With all of the minuses it's suffering nowhere near. What happens?
Lovely. Okay, so this burst comes out, and it takes 17 points negative energy damage. As this burst of kind of green energy just sort of ripples out from Obsidian's body. And then he will 1, 2, 3, will step away.
What is it like as your negative energy totally eviscerates the swarm of rats?
Oh, amazing! So the swarm of rats sort of they surround him, I imagine, because they're all over his body, and yeah, they're sort of biting him and attacking him, and he kind of panics a bit for a second because he's taken a little bit of damage, but then he has that moment of as they're all swarming all over him, he stands still and then just bursts out this energy, and then as it does so, all the rats kind of fall to the floor, and there's lots of little green sort of rat ghosts that just sort of float off like little specks into the air and dissipate as all the dead rat bodies just hit the floor.
Amazing. And with
Okay,
that, Barties has been utterly vanquished. Yeah, all
And
that
actually,
remains.
as that happens, they all hit the floor, and like literally as it's been cast and they all fall to the floor, Obsidian just immediately looks at Silastra and says, "What the fuck?"
Celeste is surprisingly quite cold and neutral about this. Just says it was a job.
Ansel will look at the rats on the ground and then at Silaster, and he says, I assumed it would feel good. And then look
I
away.
have no idea what's going on here, guys. But just some warning, you know? Like, I'm not one to stop you doing what makes you happy. Okay, you do you. But you have to warn me of these things.
I did not anticipate rats.
No. Just randomly, willy-nilly, snapping necks. Psychopath.
Celeste gives a shrug and heads inside.
Let's go.
Ansel just looks.
I don't feel very well.
He looks sort of a mixture of sad and disappointed.
I didn't hear what Ansel said earlier when he said I assumed something and I missed what he said.
He said, I assumed it would feel good.
Oh.
What's he talking about himself?
It is as you dwell on that, Ansel, you're the last to sort of hear. You're once again in this rather decadent hallway. The walls are lined with various pictures and portraits. Silaster, as you make your way in first, you can't help but notice or feel like the picture's eyes sort of follow you as you make your way inside. There is, or rather it's not particularly clear, there is a door here. Yeah, there, and there is another one here. Oh.
Ah, it's appeared.
It's come away from the wall!
It just leaps at you. Roll initiative!
Oh no.
But you see where it was, right?
Mimic
So it's it's there.
doors. That's the sign of a truly evil DM, that is.
Animated door, animated floor,
doors.
animated ceiling, animated walls.
Evil I'm pretty sure you've done that to us before, Mike, so...
I have not done a full mimic room.
An animated house.
A full
wish.
mimic room. Oh my god. Now you've said it, sounds awesome, and I'm going to do it in the future.
You go in the house and just get stuck and it eats you.
Bam! Right. You're inside the house. There is a vast staircase to your right. A door that leads there. You recognise the door to your left. That's the door that you would have been led into when you had your meeting with Derek. So you know that in that door to your left is the sort of where you would have sat and listened to his tale of savage doom.
And there was a library in there, right?
There was a library in there, yeah.
What do you think, guys? You want to explore the rest of the house first? You want to go in the library? Want to find some old man and kill him? Sorry.
Where are you going?
Yeah. Well, I think in order to consider ourselves safe to explore the library and do research, we should look over the rest of the house first. So let's go to the other door.
Sound plan.
Okay. Do you open the door?
Sure, why not?
You open the door. Inside, you see a particularly decadent dining hall. Oh, for God's sake.
I'm blind!
I've just deleted you, that's why. You just put your finger there right as I tried to delete the door. Can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
you're back.
I was actually
Literally, you walked in. I clicked and then hit delete, and then deleted obsidian. Right. Yeah, you step in and it immediately disintegrates.
It would be. That was just reminding me how easy it would be.
Just one push of a button, obsidian. You fucking watch. Right. Yeah, you see this eerie dining room.
One would know.
You can by all means give me a search check of some time. That'll give you further clues, or maybe it won't.
I'll give it a go. I'm no good at it, but 5. Pretty dining room.
Pretty dining room indeed.
Chairs, look. There's chairs.
Ooh, I've got a similar search. 20.
20.
Yeah, there's no point me rolling if 20 is the max I could get. So.
Not much in this dining room. Those doors should be open. They shouldn't be there. Yeah, you from this you can't really tell very much. In fact, it's eerily empty, to be honest. From that search check, Xylaster, you've been in a few safe houses in your time, like dead drops, places to hide between jobs, places that are made to look like people live there when they don't. This place hasn't been used for a very long time properly. The only clue that you can see that it's been used at all is in these 2 large basins on either corner of the room, where there is the unmistakable stain of something dark and red, as if it's become part of the stone now it's been there so long. There is sort of like an eerie glow in this house as well. There's something kind of unnatural about the way it's lit. Looking out from the dining room, you can see that there's an open doorway that looks into a large kitchen that would easily, which would easily be able to prepare the amount of food that would be required to fill that dining table, as it were. What are you doing next?
Well, I mean, I'm just sat in the head of the table chair, feeling good.
Seat's pretty comfy. Lavish, you might say.
Head of the household.
Ansel, you walk into...
I might have to take this through the town. I'm sure we could move it for our safe house in town. These chairs are lovely, very comfortable.
Ansel, you step into this spotless kitchen. The only thing that seems out of place is the fact that one of the tables lies shattered as if broken in half. But other than that, it seems like a perfectly reasonable kitchen. There is sort of like what looks like a clay oven. The door closed.
We open it and see what's inside.
Inside is a human skull. Charred black.
Ooh, lovely.
Oh.
Grim.
I suppose I should look around with my magic seeing and invisibility seeing and dark vision. So the little eyes in the darkness in the corners of the room light up as he is looking around the rooms.
They absolutely do, and they look around for a moment, but then they all pause. All these little eyes in the dark corners of the room that you created, they all pause at the same time, and in unison look up.
Yeah.
There is an unmistakable source of powerful magic radiating somewhere above you. You imagine on the next floor.
Ansel looks up and just points to the others.
Well, scouting before the library in this quiet used house.
Okay, so I discovered that actually this does work through walls. So I'll look where Ansel pointed, hold my hand up, and cast Detect Undead.
You cast Detect Undead. There doesn't appear to be any undead above you.
Okay, wicked. So hopefully the source of power isn't the actual vampire himself. Wicked.
Oh, yeah, that's a good. I hadn't thought of that.
Concentration up to 1 minute per level. So I'm going to actually maintain that as I sort of scan and slowly walk through, because he's doing the Detect Evil. I will be doing the Detect Undead to try and keep an eye out
Magic.
for
Yeah.
Detect Magic, sorry. So I'll be doing Detect Undead the whole time as well.
I love the idea of you
lighting
sort
up
of like
like a
scanning
candle.
as you go. It's pretty cool. I love that.
For our friend.
What does your Detect Undead look like?
Yes.
What does the Detect Undead look like? That's a really good question, actually. I think he's kind of... so he's holding his hands out like he's feeling for auras and stuff, but actually I reckon it's almost like under the mask there's a glow of green. So the glow just comes slightly out of the sort of goggle bit of the mask.
And
So it's the normal
fractured
mark.
holes in the cheek.
Oh yeah, and a little crack of green light coming out of the fractured hole in the cheek, which I love. Awesome.
That's amazing.
I love that.
Batman's detective mode.
Yeah.
His white eyes, except mine are green.
Love it.
Okay, let's go up the stairs. Let's have a look.
Oh.
After you, Silaster.
You go up the stairs.
Just in case there's any old men for you to kill.
Thunk, thunk, thunk.
Just in case you fancy a quick murder on the way.
It's not murder if you've been paid to do it.
No, it definitely is. Definitely, 100% it is.
Okay, hang on. I'm just making sure you have vision here. Hopefully, well, you'll soon find out if you won't, or you don't. You head up the stairs, each step more creaky than the last. As you stomp up the stairs, or I say you stomp up the stairs, you make your way up the stairs. You find yourself in sort of like a lavish landing area. There are a number of waiting couches and divans. There is a set of double doors up on the map, and there is a singular door leading away to the left.
All the way through this, by the way, Ansel is holding on to Cry, and he's just whispering in his ear.
And as you're whispering in his ear, Ansel, you're
extra weird.
You can sense very, very strange, disturbing magical forces exuding from behind both sets of doors.
Ansel will just, as if he's the pointer, raise a hand and then two fingers pointing in two different directions.
Yeah, with that you're able to signal to the others.
Which door?
Is there a more powerful signal, as it were?
That's a good question. Probably the one to... Let me just double check. I think probably the one to the left, I would imagine. Yeah, the one to the left is slightly stronger.
Still silent other than whispering to Cry. Ansel will do the gesture and then point that way and sort of like that.
Okay.
I'm just going to delete the doors because I imagine you'll be opening them eventually.
Yeah. Delete the doors. Step back so I don't get
Well, let's go
Lipped
through
from
the left.
existence. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the left. To the left.
Okay. Let's see. So, who's opening the door?
Celeste.
At the front. I mean,
Silaster, you open the door, and as you do, simultaneously, the door on this end of the landing opens. And you are horrified to see Silaster, Obsidian, Ansel, as you open the door. Yeah, both doors are just flung open, and you are met with a familiar sight. Garbed in flowing red robes, hiding the twisted black and red armour beneath their garbs. Blades of crimson drawn at the sight of you. The blood judges await your pleasure. Roll initiative.
lovely stuff. They're not. We know they're not undead.
They're not undead, no.
Yeah. True.
So I'll stop casting that immediately.
17.
Ooh, 16.
You've actually been rolling some good initiatives, Michael. What's
know,
going on?
right? What's
I don't
this?
know.
You've been
It has
paying
been
off
going
roll
well.
20. Ansel rolled 12. Zwölf, as they say. It's a German.
Okay.
How many can you see, Celeste?
I can see 3.
3.
One guy's holding a book.
Oh no!
He's holding it back!
Don't let him throw it at you. Don't let him lob it at you.
Right, sorry about that. So, going back over the initiatives then. So, it was a Silaster with 17.
Silaster 17, Obsidian 16, Ansel 12.
Yes.
Yes, my initiatives have been scarily good. At least average.
Which is scarily good for us.
Yeah.
So this is a bunch of bludges.
Yeah.
It's the bludges.
Okay. So, with that then. Are you ready? Gentlemen, fight.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? Fight for your lives. The feared blood judge with the tome in his hand goes first.
Oh no.
Oh.
He moves to this end of the room here and will look at you, Silaster. Would help if I had the right page open in my notes. Here they are. So, you automatically, I'm afraid, take 12 points of fire damage. Please make a fortitude saving throw.
Ow.
From what? Sorry, I missed
Shit.
what actually?
I'll explain in a second. It depends on the save.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Sorry.
I
thought
am
you were
making my mind over body counter, so I will use my concentration for this. 24.
Okay, so you have succeeded fought partial. So you're okay for now. But basically what happens is, Silaster, you just open the door, and this blood judge, ready, just holds open a bleeding palm in front of you. And all of a sudden, you feel your very blood begin to boil. And I mean that literally. You feel, without a saving throw, your blood just starts to congeal and burn within every part of your being. You give a involuntary spasm as the door opens.
Ow.
Yeah. Welcome to the Blood Judges. This one is going to take a free 5-foot step to stand at this side of the door, making use of that half cover there. He then draws this vicious-looking blade, and blood fountains from his arm as he draws it along himself to then strike at your armor class, which is flat-footed.
Flat-footed 14.
That is possibly a critical.
Oh no.
That's a 14 on the die, so that is a critical. As he strikes with his blade of blood. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh.
That's a lot of dice.
As you take 17 points of slashing damage infused with blood magic. This just swipe just rips up across your body as you go to enter the door. You just see blood like congealing at the corners of his mouth beneath his hood. Silaster, it's your turn.
Oh. Okay. As a swift action, I will use my Cloak of Deception to disappear. So that's swift as a free action. I will then quaff my cure moderate wounds. So that's 2d8 plus 10. 20. I'll take that.
Okay, yeah.
Which that's 0. Ooh, this is... I can't drop into a stance because that's a swift and a free. So I will move invisible to here. And whilst invisible, I shall attack the one that's not moved yet, hopefully with an insightful strike. So I'm attacking him.
Yeah, by all means.
Flat-footed. Oh, 18 on his flat-footed.
18 on his flat-footed is a hit.
Ooh. Oh, God. Well, this is where I need my insightful strike to pay off. It does not.
Again!
It has the potential
Ow.
for so much damage.
It could do 32 points of damage, and you've never done more than 15, I don't think. Like 15 or 16.
I've never broken 20 with it.
No.
So what happens with that then? Is that just the damage he takes then? 14.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I shuffle past him. I slam my hand into the base of his back. Very considered position, but obviously my focus is all over the place. So
yeah,
no insight there.
The strike just sends him staggering, and just this almost river of blood just like flies from him as you can just see an open artery in his arm as you like push him back. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Keep things nice and simple. I step back to... I'm going to move to over here to start with. and I summon a spectral hand.
Yeah, let's see. Have I
And there
put
we
the
go.
spectral hand in the thing? Let's find out. Pretty sure I put him in there. If not, he's gonna be. Spectral hand. Is he there? No, of course he's not there. Never mind.
Don't worry about it too much, man. Like, we can just
No, but
Say
I
that the
want him
spells-
there.
using description.
Do you need him? Do you need him in a square, or is he all right just to be there? As whatever.
Just anywhere, literally anywhere. Doesn't really matter. Like I say, it doesn't have like a speed or anything. It moves as fast as I can point it. So effectively, it could move faster than like. the
Yeah.
speed of light.
Okay, that's
Really.
just taking.
If it's at
piss
full
how
distance.
slow it's being. So, give me one last second just to see if he does show up. No, he ain't showing up. So yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah. So your spectral hand appears. What do you do with it, if anything?
Nothing at the moment. It's just going to hover in front of me, ready to kind of cast. Well, not cast, but use my innate abilities. So yeah, it just kind of. I just do a few symbols with my hand, do this, and the hand kind of then continues out, flies out, spectral form of his own hand,
Amazing.
and it just
okay.
hovers in front of him, ready to go. That's me.
All right then. So that was Obsidian's turn, and is now. The rest of them, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, Ansel.
it's fine. Didn't roll very well.
Another
What the
more
fuck is that?
elegantly robed individual steps into the division on this side. Obsidian, please make a fortitude saving throw. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You don't make a fortitude save. Well, please make one, but it won't stop the 10 points of damage you immediately take. Now make a fortitude saving throw.
Oh no. Okay, what type of effect is it again for the?
Well, what are you?
Hang on.
What do you get it for?
Hang
I'll
on,
tell you.
I'll read you the list and you tell me. Sleep, stunning, paralysis, poison, or disease.
It is none of those. It is a transmutation spell.
10.
So you
10.
totally fail. So you feel your blood begin to boil, and there will be nothing to stop that from happening again next round because of that failed save.
Oh dear.
As your
No saving throw against that at all.
correct. Well,
you've
your
got
saving
one.
throw prevents it from happening anymore. So, the blood within you begins to boil
You
as
know how much I love those.
I know, right? It's great.
Those
I'm doing
insta-hit, no saving throw spells.
It's got a saving throw. It's a fortitude partial.
Magic, right?
It is. So that's that.
Resist to it.
This one is going to strike at Silasta. Armor class?
I'm invisible.
Of course you are. You hit him, didn't you?
Yeah.
So he has a rough idea where you are, so he's going to take the 50% mischance. Roll it for me, please.
Ooh.
As always, 1 to 50 is a hit. 51 higher is a miss. Oh, for God's sake! I need to
Should
roll.
have done it the other way around, man.
Armor class?
Roll 20 would have hurt me.
Yeah, true.
19.
He swings wildly for you, but you're able to dodge out of the way. The blood and the arc of that blade of blood just missing you, and he gives like a frustrated growl as he swings at your invisible form, unsure as to where you are, just taking a punt. So that was that one. I'm trying to find the music because I didn't loop it. There it is. So that was that one. Okay. This one's going to rush around the corner. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30. Can't get to you. Rushes you, Ansel. Blade of Blood outstretched. AC.
16.
That's 17 on the dice. That's a hit. The Blade of Blood rips through you with an extra powerful magical swipe for 12 points of damage overall.
Ooh. Nasty.
This one is also going to run in at you. Is also going to attack. But that is a miss.
16. Oh.
It
Good.
is your turn, Ansel.
I'll take a 5-foot step back. And... I guess I'll just blast the nearest one
Okay.
with a sickening blast.
Yeah, by all means.
So 16 on his touch.
It's a hit on his touch.
So he takes 5 points of damage and he needs to do a Fortitude DC 17 save or be sickened.
He gives a yelp as the blast slams into him. How much damage was it? Sorry,
5.
5 DC. What for the second?
DC 17.
That's a failure. He is sickened.
Excellent. I'll follow that up and I'll curse him as well. So that is a swift action. Obviously, it's -2
Yep.
to his save, and this is DC 16.
That is also a failure. He is cursed and sickened.
Great. So he's -4 to attack,
Nice.
save checks, and weapon damage.
Okay, gotcha. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
I think I've done just about everything I can physically. I can
Okay.
move, I guess, but I think I took a 5-foot step, and that would have been the move. So I'm good.
Very good.
Thank you.
No problem at all. So I'm going to check something with this blood judge. Okay. He just yells curses at the through the melee at you, Silaster, and he's going to. Can I? Yeah, he can. He takes a vicious-looking dagger and goes, "Yeah!" and throws a dagger at you, Silaster. What is your... Oh, you're invisible, aren't you? He won't be able to throw a dagger at you. Yeah, so he's not going to be able to do that then. He looks around, wondering where you are. He knows that you vanished around that point, so he'd be a fool just to move forward. So he's instead going to retreat. To there. This one is just going to continually... Oh no, number 2 is going to move away. Because he... can't see Silaster, who has taken the coward's route out and run away, so he's going to attack the nearest target. He is going to attack Ansel. AC.
16.
That is a hit. This is just a standard strike. 7 points of slashing damage. Silaster, it's your turn.
As he shifts back in. As a swift action, he'll drop into his Child of Shadows, giving him a mischance when he moves.
Okay.
I've got no flanking options. There's no point in trying to go assassin stance. I will tumble out of the way of this guy. So it's fine for the 1. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I cartwheel out of the way. I roll out of the way. There we go. As I come back visible, I run. That's swift. As a free action, I'm going to neck a light wounds potion.
Okay.
So I'm kind of running, just drinking a quick potion before I do my standard. So that's 12. It's almost back to full. And then when I get here, as I smash the potion vial on the floor, I pull out a strand of shadow as I then throw it at that blood judge's neck.
Okay.
This one with the book. It's a ranged touch.
Okay.
Which will be... Oh, for God's sakes.
It just flies past him and lands somewhere in sort of like the fireplace behind him.
It's okay. Never mind.
That's your turn.
It's that gone. And it is my turn.
Obsidian.
Okay. Well, okay, so first things first, I will move to here.
Yeah. You rush in.
Gonna move to there. And I initiate my fear aura as a free action.
Okay.
Right? Now, I've paid very close attention to the wording of this, and it says enemies in the area. So Ansel is immune.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
he knows me,
it's
so he's
fine.
not scared of me. I had to make sure, because I know sometimes you can get messy.
You don't want to make
So
him
all
literally
three
shoot
of these
himself.
guys, all three of the guys around me, can all three of them do a DC 18?
We'll go with the curse guy first. DC
Will
18.
save.
Will
Or
save.
be shaken.
He's already beyond shaken. He is... No, he's sickened and cursed, not any fear effects. So yes, he is shaken, which gives him a further -2. So he's now on -6 to everything.
-2 attack, saving throw, skill checks, ability checks. So I just have to
Great,
check that
yeah.
myself. But yes.
Okay, yeah, he reels back in horror. The other two, what was the number again? DC?
It's DC 18.
On
That's,
the
like
die.
I said before, it's very much the Batman in the Dark Knight kind of, in Batman Begins, I should say, with the kind of black ooze dripping from the mask and the kind of horror that surrounds him as he steps forward and activates this effect.
So I'm afraid only the
And the
cursed
second one made it.
Only the cursed one is affected by that. I'm afraid. So is frightened by you.
That is fine.
But the other two are somehow resistant to it. Anything else?
That is a free action, so my spectral hand will whiz over for a touch attack on this guy.
Yeah, by all means.
Spectral hand gives me a bit of a bonus. So 16 on his touch armor class.
It's a hit on his touch.
Lovely stuff. Okay, so I cast Vampiric Touch through. You want to play around with blood? What happens is it touches him, and once again the blood kind of goes through the spectral hand and like whizzes like a sort of thin river through the air and is absorbed into me. For 6 points, that's okay. I've got a little bit of health back from him.
Yeah, he gives
You
like
identify the word you shouldn't have used.
Because he's gonna do me more damage in the next round, so I needed that. That's me.
That's correct, and as a matter of fact, sorry, you should have already taken that damage.
Only on
you
his
didn't.
turn. I took it on his turn last time.
Yes, you're right. Actually, yes, you are absolutely right. I do apologise. It isn't his
that's what I
turn,
meant
yes.
to be.
It is the other bludgeon. No, I was getting confused for a moment. Stupid initiative list. There we go. So that was Obsidian's turn. An excellent turn it was. This one, I think, sees that Silaster has returned into the visible realm. And it's just going to rush you and try to just put the blade in your back. AC.
19.
Just tries to stab into your back. How do you move out of the way or defend yourself?
Oh. I just kind of take myself forward. It looks a bit like a stumble. It probably was a slight stumble because he missed with the previous attack, but he used it to evade getting stabbed in the back.
This one is had enough. Is going to provoke an attack of opportunity off both Ansel and Obsidian if you wish to take it.
No.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Ansel, you go. I don't have a weapon.
I'm on the way.
I don't swing
26.
blades. It's so uncivilized.
26 is an absolute hit against him, by all means. Should get you improved
not a
critical
threat?
the next time.
Sadly, not with a scythe.
Oh,
Yeah.
bum.
6 points of damage as Ansel just swings a scythe down and catches him on the legs.
10, 15, 20, anyway. Yeah, he gets to the top of the stairs and then he makes some action that is imperceptible to you, so that means he can only get there. He won't double move. So that is him.
Or is he running away because he's scared?
Yeah.
Because we frightened him.
Absolutely. This one at the top here.
Lovely stuff.
Now we're gonna take it. I've just moved his initiative because it's easier, so he'll go at the end of those lot. So we'll just say he's delayed his turn to that position from now on. He is going to first of all enjoy the just automatic damage that will inflict upon Obsidian. 9 points of damage as your blood begins to boil ever further. Please make a fortitude saving throw to prevent it.
But again,
Correct.
is this just like, is it a constant ongoing effect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ow.
Oh no, I've got a particular 15 is my fortitude saving throw.
Unfortunately, you aren't able to throw off the effects. You just continue to feel this just searing burning, and you begin to start panicking. You feel sweat running down beneath your mask. It's bad. You hear in the back of the hall. Ansel, it's your turn.
Okay, so Ansel is just going to take a 5-foot step because he doesn't want. That's not Ansel. For God's sake, he's crying. He doesn't want the guy to get away. So I'm going to swing the scythe after the free 5-foot step.
Okay.
16 to hit.
16. Does he have any? He doesn't have anything against his armor class, does he? From your curses and your seconds and stuff?
Don't believe so, no.
Then that is a miss, unfortunately.
Not from those, no.
Just, unfortunately.
That's okay. So that's because that's the full attack because of the 5-foot step. It also activates Dreadful Wrath. So everyone within 20 feet except Matthew needs to do a DC 17 will save or be shaken.
So those in that hallway, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh dear. That's a failure. So they are what, sorry?
They're shaken, which is -2 to attack, saves, and checks.
Okay, oh my goodness. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
No, because that would have to be my full round of things, basically, to be able to initiate the Dreadful Wrath. As
Okay.
it gets larger and scarier.
This one...
Did that affect all of those guys?
It did,
by the
yeah.
way?
It did. They're all now shaken.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. They all just feel this shimmering power of Ansel as while you swing wildly at the man, like you take part of the banister off, but the shockwave of the attack just The sheer force is like, oh my god. And they are all shaken from it. We're back to the top of the round, and this Blood Judge here is just going to level his eyes upon you, Silaster, infuriated that you have resisted his power, is going to attempt to inflict his power upon you again. You initially take 8 points of damage as you begin to feel this heat rising in you once again. Fortitude saving throw, please.
I don't have the maneuver, so what is my base hit? Ooh.
Oh no, I actually have to make a normal save for a change.
Yep. 24 though.
Which you easily surpass, so that is all that is going to happen to you from that boiling of blood. You shake off the power that begins to build within you. That was his turn. This one behind you, once again, is desperately going to just try and stab you, Silaster. AC?
19.
That's a hit.
Jams.
the
I get a
blade
mischance
into you.
because I.
Okay, well it's going to hit you if you fail the mischance. What was it? 20%.
I need 1 to 20.
Yeah.
The
blade sinks into you at just the opportune time, and it deals a 5 points of piercing damage, just a standard attack. Silaster, it's your turn.
Right, I'm going to turn around, shift attention, and attempt to bring a mountain hammer down on his head. Let's see what we got. That's possibly a critical.
Oh my god.
17. I think it's just a hit.
It's a critical.
Oh,
Ansel missed by 1 on his attack, unfortunately, so you could probably work out what their AC is. Yeah, you absolutely smash him with that critical. What does it look like? Well, do the damage first and then tell us.
I'm not sneak attacking, so it's 2.
Let's have it.
28 point of damage.
Oh my god, what is it like as you absolutely evaporate him into a cloud of blood?
I'm absolutely pissed. He stabbed me in the back. I was trying to ignore him, and he just would not stop. He would not desist. So I spin around.
Would you persist?
Would you persist?
And then I deliver just a slight jump and a downward smash onto the top of his head. As I just jump, bring it down, and then just his body just snaps inwards.
My goodness. That was Silaster's turn, I believe.
Well, that's the standard.
Yeah.
And then 10, 15. I'll move to there just to activate my Chart of Shadows.
Yeah, you do
That's it.
so. Obsidian.
Just trying to decide what the best thing is to do, really. Yeah. So, obviously, I'm going to have to move, lest they get a full round of attack on me. So I'm going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to move to there, which means I reckon they'll both get attacks of opportunity as I'm moving away.
If you're doing something else, then yes, they will.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm casting through my spectral hand, but I imagine you still have to do the gestures and cast as normal, so...
AC?
Oh, am I? No, but I am doing something, so yeah. 15.
Hit for the first, hit for the second.
Oh dear.
Not good. Just attacks of opportunity though, so not their special...
Tiny amount of
Not their special...
damage reduction will...
that is 5 points from one, 6 from the other. Piercing for the purpose of damage reduction.
So I take 7 overall. Yep, so it doesn't overcome my damage reduction.
Yeah, so they hack at you as you run
All a little
through.
painful. That's fine, not a problem. So what I'd like to do is once again initiate a touch attack on the caster there.
Yeah.
With my spectral hand. So spectral hand, 17 on his touch.
Is a hit on his touch. You would cast against me?
Lovely. Okay. So I need him to do, and this is a brand new ability. Never had the chance to use it before. Living villain, living bad guys. Finally. Can he do? This is a DC 18. Let me just double check. But it is
hovering with the D20 in my hand.
DC 18 Fortitude. Actually, is what it is.
Fortitude.
Because it's a class, but it's a class ability, not a spell. So
that is a failure.
Yes, that is. Lovely. So this is a brand new ability. That normally my standard touch attack just does negative energy damage, but this time it goes towards him, it touches him, and as it does so, instead of the normal sort of green negative energy, there's a kind of black, red, yellow sort of dust around it that just goes through the hand and shocks into him. And I can choose to inflict any disease from the list upon him that he will immediately suffer.
Oh, no.
He will immediately suffer the effects of. So what should we go for? I mean, Slimy Doom is a bit of it's a good one because it's con and his strength. But he's casting magic at me.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think that he's a wizard type caster, like an intelligence based?
You could do a spellcraft check for me.
Yes, please. I think that would be very helpful. Sorry, my dog's heard something outside.
That's okay.
And he's bloody furious.
Yeah, any noise. 13.
So
my spellcraft.
Yeah, you can tell this is arcane. You'd know it's arcane.
Mm-hmm.
But what that is,
it's more just to see if he's a spontaneous caster.
No, I know. That's all you know. With that roll, that's all you know. He is arcane.
Oh, that's all I know. Okay, that's fine. In which case, I shan't take the risk. I am going to cast. I am going to inflict blinding sickness.
Oh.
So he will take 3 points of strength damage, which I know isn't helpful because he's a caster, but actually he's taken more than 2 points, so can he do another DC 18 Fortitude save?
That is also a failure.
More than... okay, so he is permanently blinded.
I can't see! I can't see!
Set my blood on fire, will you, bitch? Amazing. I really enjoyed that. So yeah, now I have that was my scabrous touch. I can inflict disease just by touching you.
What a delight.
Absolutely. So much fun. I really enjoyed that. That's my turn.
Scabby touch.
Scabby touch. That's actually genuinely how I've written it on my little notes sheet when I can cross it off.
Scabby touch.
Scabby touch. Done.
With that, we go to
Someone in the chats. I've given him COVID. That's so inappropriate.
Props to whoever said that.
No. They've suggested that I give him COVID off the disease list. That's messed up, man.
Yes, you definitely get some XP points.
Can't get too close to you
what was the name of the person who said that? I can't bring up the chat just now.
Warlord. Warlord has been.
Warlord, you get 10. You get 1,000 XP for that. Good job.
1,000 XP.
1,000 XP. So, Blood Judge 4, along with the rest who are in the pit of fear now in the landing, is just going to do his best, but he is cursed out of his brain. So, he's going to do his best, though.
Cursed out of his brain.
Like he can't... Oh, he's the one that was running. So he's going to provoke an opportunity attack from Ansel, sorry.
Yeah, Ansel will try and hit him this time.
That is a hit.
Another 19. 7-9.
Yeah, you've hit him.
So 5 points of damage again.
How do you kill him as he attempts to go and move and cast this desperate spell at you, but you kill him and he tumbles down the stairs?
So because he's on the stairs, it's an overhand swing that Ansel just brings down straight through his collarbone and his neck, and it comes out there, and then he just pulls and splits him in, like not quite in half, like half in half.
And he just
And
collapses.
Ansel says, "There is no escape."
I love it. Yep, the only escape he gets is from his mortal coil as he tumbles down the stairs. Good job. Remind me, Obsidian, did you fail the last check again? You did, didn't you?
Yeah. I
So
did.
despite
I got,
him being
15.
blind, the power upon you still remains. 8 points of fire burning damage through your blood, but then it begins to subside and the effect is over.
Oh, thank goodness.
He is totally
That was
blind.
beginning to smart a bit, I've got to say.
So I think he's just going to stumble forward. I think that's probably the only thing he would be able to do, because he wants to try and grab hold of you, but that's all he can do. So he can go there. And he's just going to swing wildly, but he's totally blind, so the mischance... Is it the same as invisible? Or
It's 50%.
roll it for me then,
He
Matthew.
knows what square I was in before he went blind.
That's true, yeah.
So if you know what square the enemy is in, it's 50-50. I believe, anyway.
I mean, it is generous, given that you might not be there and he wouldn't know that, but just for the sake of the combat, if you roll a 50-50 for me...
I'm happy with it. Shall we say D4 odds he hits me?
Odds he
Even
hits
he
you,
doesn't?
sure.
It's odds he hits me.
Well, it'd be potentially
Fair play to him.
AC Obsidian.
15.
Possibly a fumble. He swings and he throws his weight too much into it. That is an 8 on... Wait, no, it's not. Is that 8? No, it's more, but it's still not enough to beat that armor class. So he just throws the attack, and you just move out of the way. He just falls hard to the ground. Bam! That's his turn. Ansel.
Ansel will just turn around with the bloody scythe in his hand, and he's going to attempt to Eldritch Blast this guy.
Okay. Someone is touch, yeah.
Specific. Do they not need to go first? I thought they went before me.
He did. The guy that was blind
the
went.
Two in the hall, I meant.
The other one's dead.
Right.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Yes, you're absolutely right. There is that one guy. He is yet to go, and he. Yeah, I think I missed him last time. Oops. He is also badly shaken, but shaken is all he's got. He will go for you, Ansel. 3 5-foot step. It's easy. And he has a blade of blood remaining, so he's going to try and use it. AC.
60.
How do you parry as this blood erupts towards you, but you somehow prevent yourself from being struck by it?
I think Ansel hears him coming and swings around. The blood from the scythe coming up and matching the blood from the blood judge and cancelling out.
Oh, that's so cool! Yes, that is awesome. I love that. Now it's your turn. So you parry with that blood of his own blood judge compatriot, and then what do you do?
I'll take a step backwards onto the stairs just to get a little distance. And then I'll Eldritch Sickening Blast him. This touch, 25 hit.
Yeah, that's a hit.
4 points of damage, and he needs to do a Fortitude DC 17 or be
Oh
sickened
man,
as well.
he's shaken, so that's a minus 2 to that,
2.
Which means that he fails. So he's also sickened.
And so he coughs up a little bit of blood, and he starts to feel a little bit woozy. Maybe some of the blood splashed back in his own mouth from his attack.
Yes. It is blood not enchanted by his own fell power, but someone else's.
I think I'll attempt to curse the other guy in the room as well, that guy over there, as if my other free action.
Yeah, he looks over you in horror.
So he needs to do a DC 16 will save.
Now
and
that
I'll just
one...
gesture at him.
Let's see.
He's also shaken, I believe.
5 is also shaking, yes. Oh man, they are rolling bad now. It's turned. The dice have turned on them. He is failed that, so he is cursed.
He's cursed, yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's your turn, Ansel?
It is.
Okay. We're back to the top of the round. This one takes a step towards you, and it's just going to try and slice you with a blade of blood. Silaster AC.
19.
19. He hits you.
Let's see. I have a mischance, so let's see what happens.
Right,
Never
okay,
mind.
roll it. 10 points of damage as he slices into you with this vicious blade of blood.
E.
And he laughs at you, blood leaking through his teeth. That other one is dead. It's your turn, Silaster.
With shadow like a blade on his hand, he'll go to cut across his eyes with a clinging shadow strike.
By all means.
Let's see. That's possibly a critical again.
Oh my god. He hasn't even been touched yet as well.
28.
That is a critical hit. Oh my god.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Let's get more because it's that. He takes 30 points of damage.
How do you
Cut across his
kill him in
eyes.
one?
Did you just
Every
do it
time.
again?
Kill them in
my
one.
God.
Every time. There's no point to do the secondary effect.
No, you just...
Why do you never start?
My little shadow hand blade. Yeah. Saved it. Never mind.
Yeah, you just slice into him then, you just cut into his face. And like, he's just stood there and just blood pours from where his eyes used to be, like crimson tears, and then he just collapses back awkwardly against the fireplace. And you are now alone in the room.
Once again, has a look at his hand, like just every time this weapon.
Whenever I use this, death follows. So that was your attack, Silaster. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll move. So, let's see. That's it. That's all I can do.
That was Silaster's
Still can't see
turn.
the others.
And a great turn it was. Obsidian. The blood judge that boiled your blood has now been blinded by you, swung for you, and fell before you. Diseased. What was the disease called again?
Right.
Just to remind me.
The disease is called blinding sickness. I believe that's what I gave him. Blinding sickness, and he has actually got that disease now. So even if he lived, he has that disease.
Permanently blind. Good.
Might let it go. yeah. It'll continue to drain his strength until there's nothing left as well.
Oh,
it's
he's
proper
screwed.
It's a nasty disease. But in point of fact, I like that he's experiencing that, and I don't want to bother with him right now because there's 2 more. So I'm going to do a 5-foot step to their side away from him. So he doesn't know where I am. And also, I desperately want to try a new spell that I have that once again I've never used, and I really want to give it a go. So I just want to make sure. One human.
Both of these guys are in a bad way. So
Yeah, they're pretty roughed up.
I know, and do you know what? They're roughed up, and this isn't really going to do damage. It's just for fun. Because I think you've got it, and this guy's pretty helpless. But I really want to try it. So,
okay,
can this one, maybe? Yeah, this one right here in front of me. Why not? Can this one just do a Fortitude DC 18?
Do you mean the one that's cursed to the point of being at -6 currently? That guy.
Yeah, Fortitude DC 20, actually, because it's my
it was a reasonable roll, but with a -6, it just completely scuppers it. So he totally fails that.
Amazing.
Bloody hell. So
he stands there, and I do some gestures, and then I just cast at him, and I say something like infernal. And for a moment, it's like he doesn't know what's happened, like he's kind of... Something should have hit him, some sort of magic, and then he realizes his legs are just getting weaker and weaker, and they begin to shrivel as they just wither into these little skeletal, horrible little thin legs that can't hold him up anymore. And I wither his limbs, and he now can no longer stand.
My legs! My legs! What the hell? What the hell?
Well, we randomly killed an old man. I just felt like we were going dark.
No way, my god. Listen, the Blood Gestures are pretty evil. You don't even know half of the stuff they get up to, so I'm not too messed up about that, but still, that's pretty messed up. His legs buckle under the weight of his own body, he collapses to the ground.
From the Book of My Old Darkness, I'll be honest.
I had a thought it might be. My god. Bloody hell. They should put a rating warning on this game. My god.
Outside of my spell list is really hard, so I had to go kind of...
Do they even have necromancy spells in that? I had no idea. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, they do. They don't have a lot, but they do. So yeah, with a limb.
Wow. So he collapses to the ground and he just can't use his legs anymore, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
Yes.
Okay, that's very disturbing.
All prone, and it's impossible for him to move more than 5 feet per round. I could have also chosen his arms.
Good to know. Good to know for future use. Right. He's only armless.
Double up.
Right. So he's just on his ass. That was your turn. I think it's his turn. So he just gives a feeble, and he tries to pull himself towards the banister. I think he can move 5 feet. Can he do anything else?
He can do anything that involves using his arms.
He's gonna try and throw a blade at you then. In that case,
lovely.
But that's a 2 on the die. The blade just skitters across the wooden floor. Doesn't even get higher than your waist, and it just hits the ground and rolls.
I'll say to him, I'll have your arms.
No!
I'll have your arms.
No, not my arms! I'll have your arms. What the fuck game are we playing? Right. Tell. Okay.
Piss me off.
Matt's done some reading, ladies and gentlemen. Right. That one there. God, he's still going somehow as well. I think he's just got a 5-foot step, try and stab Ansel, personally. I think it's what best he can do, and he's badly shaken and sick in that one. So he will strike with a minus... That's possibly a fumble. What was the AC? Sorry, Ansel?
16.
Right, because it's perfect and because of where you are, he just will hurtle towards you. He fumbles the check, so he is going to immediately tumble down the stairs, which is becoming a bit of a tradition in this game of my hardcore enemies suddenly becoming idiots and tumbling down staircases.
You know in wrestling where in like the Royal Rumble where somebody will like charge full speed at them and they'll just like duck and then tip them over the road.
Because that's 5-10.
Yeah.
That counts as the 10. He won't ignore the first 5 feet because that is a fumble. So if you'd like to roll 2d6 for me, please, Ansel.
Oh, 3 points of damage.
He does not die, but painfully just smashes down the staircase. Oh my god.
He is very badly injured.
He is very badly injured. This one, he is going to use...
It sounds a little like almonds.
He is going to use half of his movement to stand. And then blindly, 5, 10... He won't know you've moved now, so he won't know you're in that square, so he can't attack you in good reason. So I think he'll just use the rest of his movement to move forward, because he knows the stairs is roughly in that direction. There's not really anything I can do with him with him being blind, I'm afraid. So actually, I will say double movement, which will bring him to there, shall we say, just at the top of the stairs. Actually, that means he's wandered right into Ansel's threat range, which is quite funny, but never mind. We're on Ansel's turn.
I love that we're doing this to them.
This turn very quickly. It's starting off really quite scary and them hurting you in many ways, and now not so much.
Big time.
Yeah, I'll just attack.
That's why it's gone like this. They annoyed us.
Snuck up on me.
Yeah, it's the old...
Got
Oh
D7,
my god!
Yes!
Nat
Finally! Dude.
Okay.
Just to confirm. 12 to confirm.
Against his flat-footed because he is blind, which is a hit.
Oh, excellent. This is going to go very badly for him.
It's times 4, isn't it? Because it's a scythe.
Is
Oh.
25 points of damage.
He's already been weakened by the vampiric touch, diseased, blinded, humiliated. He wanders over completely blind to you, Ansel. He doesn't see you. How do you natty 20 him to death?
Ansel doesn't even look, he just hears someone coming, and he just backhands the scythe as hard as he can backwards up the stairs, and it sort of goes about thigh height, and just tears through both his legs. The guy just, like, tips.
Oh backwards. No. And I think because where he is, he can go over the banister and just fall the drop to land on the stairs below, rather than going down the stairs, just BAM! And just, like, you just... watch the wooden stairs crack from the impact as he sees no more, he hears no more, he breathes no more. Another victim of the strangers.
You didn't even look. That could have been me.
You would have warned.
Listen, actually, you know what? In the words of Obsidian, your death is going to be strange. And so it is. That was Ansel's turn. Unless... Oh no, that was... Yeah, Ansel's turn. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
That was actually... I'll take a 5-foot step, sorry. Just to move
yeah, because he moved into your threat range, it became your turn. Yeah. And then you start going down the stairs towards him. Very good. Silaster, it's your turn.
I can only see one of them at this point, and it's a guy whose legs
on the ground,
have kind of
yeah.
gone,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got the image of Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool growing his legs back. That's what
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
I kind of imagine that his legs have gone really skeletal, but actually I much prefer that he's got little baby legs. I think that's much better.
Skeletal baby legs.
He's got little baby legs.
And he's also
You've
just
half babality'd him.
babality.
I should point out that Warlord said that he should now be called Legolas. Which made me chuckle. Well done.
well, Legolas is going to receive a charge attack from Solasta. I'll point out what you guys see. Solasta literally sprints out of the room, gets very close to him, leaps, and is about to perform an elbow drop onto the guy on the floor.
Oh.
That's literally, you just turn around and Solasta is going to attempt an elbow drop as he jumps into the room.
Okay, so you get, he's on the ground, so that's a +4 to the attack.
Well, that would be 18.
Which is a hit.
Nice.
Because he's prone, remember?
You almost couldn't have missed.
Yes, you very nearly missed with the elbow. He needed another wrestling analogy. He did the thing where they move out of the way just in time and elbow the ground. But not today.
And then I'm going to be like, ah!
Yeah. Not today. You do hit. Oh, no.
12 points of damage.
How does your elbow kill him?
Yes. The sloppiest of elbow drops. You just see Solasta run in as his elbow drop literally falls on the guy's head.
Oh my god.
Just blood goes everywhere.
This is the most disgusting fight I think
horrible.
we've had. I think this is just out of the
You brought in the blood judges.
I know, and you're taking them out. It's that was Silas's turn. Obsidian, it's your turn. One remains, and he's at the bottom of the stairs with
Do we
it.
want one alive?
I mean, I
Do you
don't
want to
know,
take
but I'm
one
going to do
alive?
him a little bit of damage. I just use my spectral
Little bit.
hand, just whizzes through the air, like blinding speed, and we'll just attempt to get a touch on him.
Okay,
Ooh, it's only 11.
that hits a hit on his touch armor class.
Oh wow, beautiful. Okay, good.
He's
So
prone as well,
He
so
will, in
that would've been a
negative
+4.
energy.
Yep.
He will take 7 points of negative energy damage as it literally just reaches in and pulls out a little bit of his soul.
That's actually brilliant, because you land that negative energy on him, and his life force is drawn from him until the very point of life and death, as he is barely alive. And I think you know what I mean when I say that. Barely alive. That was
I actually
Obsidian's
love it.
turn.
I know exactly. It was
Which
in like a sort of half coma.
it means it's his turn now, and he is going to stand and get to his feet. He sees the writing on the wall, so I think he is just going to attempt to go. He's going to make one attempt to escape, and that is going to provoke an attack of opportunity because the movement is a move action that he has to perform in front of you, which provokes the attack of opportunity. So standing does provoke the attack of opportunity. Ansel?
Yeah, let's try and finish him off. I suppose we don't need it. No survivors. It's a miss anyway. 11.
I think, well, it depends because that's on his
Beyond his normal.
it's just on his normal armor class, so yeah.
Oh no, it would be if that was as he was getting up, it would still have the +4.
But that'd still be a miss, wouldn't it? He's
What is
16,
that?
right?
That's 16, that's still
That'd
a
be
miss.
15.
He's gonna just start crawling down the stairs. And for the sake of being on the map, he's gonna be there, but on the floor beneath now, if that makes sense. Ansel, it's your turn.
So Ansel has swung the scythe down and is now just dislodging it from the stair where it got stuck. And then he's just going to sigh and follow the guy down the stairs.
Yeah, you see him
then
like
I'll
panting
blast
and running across the hall, like desperately trying to get to the front door.
10 on his touch.
That's a miss.
Then I miss, I'm
He's
afraid.
a slippery bugger.
Slippery
Slippery bugger.
I'll curse him on his way out.
He is.
DC
Oh,
16.
is he cursed? No, he's not cursed.
Is he
He's
already
shaken and
cursed?
sickened, but he's not cursed.
Finish him off. DC
Maybe this
16
is just us leaving one alive to tell the tale.
That's a failure, so he's
Our
cursed.
absolute horror.
Yeah. Great.
Are you?
You don't have to leave him alive.
That was Ansel's turn. We're back to the top of the round.
You two up next, anyway.
If you wish to pursue, then you can. If not, the battle is done.
Is it Silaster?
Yeah, Silaster, I'm asking for a quick decision as well. You going after him? Because if you are, you've got to say now.
Yeah, you'll give it a shot. 5, an attempt to jump over the banister.
Yep.
There's a lot of bodies.
Oh, good God.
They just provide for a softer landing.
What is that? A jump check, tumble check?
I'd say either a jump or a tumble. I've got a DC in mind for the height.
Way better. That's that. Bosh. Ugh, 19.
Still better than the DC I had in mind, so it doesn't obstruct your movement. You may continue.
Whee! So that's 1, 2, essentially.
Yeah. You can do a
He
5-foot step.
runs,
Yeah,
he
there we go.
jumps over, kind of then rolls out of it, and then brings that with an uppercut as he rolls out of that
Okay.
to see if he can finish him off. 19.
Is a hit.
Yay! 7 points of damage.
It is enough. How to kill him?
As I said, it was all quite. He jumped off. He used the momentum to roll out of it, and as he kind of rolled out of it, he used that spring up to bring that into an uppercut just through the chin.
Amazing. And he collapses to the ground, quivers for a moment, and then lies still. The Blood Jesuits have been defeated.
Head back upstairs.
You make your way upstairs. Blood is gently pooling into different corners of the stairs. You move past the one that Ansel had cut in half and dropped over the banister. You're able to rejoin your allies at the top there, Silaster.
All right.
Hi.
Now that you're able to sort of catch your breath and have a look around, it is notable that this room here with the desk actually is a significantly larger library and appears to be more stocked than the one you remember seeing downstairs. And whereas the one downstairs was covered in dust and was unused, this one looks particularly well kept, albeit for the blood everywhere. Obsidian, you walk through the corridor and you find another set of double doors, and there is a singular door at the far end.
Yes. Yes. And I don't know, there's a tiny little door just there.
Oh, is that what is that? I have no idea what that is.
Tiny little door, and I think no, leave it. That's clearly a spatial anomaly. Leads us to some sort of pixie realm, and I love it.
It's dead.
No, it was a spatial anomaly. It didn't last long enough to go through it. Narnia.
We missed that side quest.
I don't know. What do you think, guys? Do you want to? Shall we quickly check these rooms?
Make sure it's safe.
I'll just open this door.
Yeah, I suppose we could spend a while in there.
I'm going to say we want to have a look in the library and stuff, but
Okay, so Obsidian, just to make sure, you're looking that one there. Would you mind just taking a step back so I don't delete you again?
not a problem.
Thank you. So you throw open that door, then Obsidian, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to bring up the dynamic lighting. I'm going to have to ask you to make a fortitude saving throw, please.
Lovely. Okay. I'll stay where I am, but I am actually next to the door. Is it stunning, sleep, poison, paralysis, any of those?
No, it's nausea.
Good. Sleep, stunning, paralysis, poison, or disease. It's nausea. Okay. 21.
You aren't immediately sick as you open the door and you feel. Well, if it deletes, I'll tell you what you feel.
I'll tell you how you feel.
I'll tell you how you feel. Why? There. The door appears to almost wash open. A thin curtain of blood just completely covers the floor. This rather pristine, well-kept abode completely transforms when you stand in this room. You see a large painting of what looks like a desolate red landscape on the far wall. There are 2 stone basins, very much like the ones that you'd seen downstairs, but these ones are completely filled with blood. And resting there upon the floor, made a bit larger for you to actually see it on the map, there is a singular tome, its pages dripping crimson.
Oh, I love a good book. Sort of wade.
It's very much, yeah. There's definite layer of puddled blood in there, yeah. This was the room that Ansel sensed most strongly when he was doing his checks from downstairs, when he was in the kitchen.
Right. Oh man, I want to know what's in this book.
Do you need a hand?
I'm always a bit funny about touching things that are supremely magical in a layer of blood. I've been burned like that before.
No.
I will...
And I can do a detect magic to check where the magic is actually emanating from with your hand, if you like.
As you're looking at that, you can see that the magic emanates both around the book and the painting. There appears to be some power that links them almost.
Both the magic and linked.
Is the book on some sort of pedestal or something like that?
No, it's just flat on the floor in the blood, yeah. As if it's just been cast there or something.
Oh, wow.
What's the picture of?
The picture is of a desolate
landscape.
red landscape. It appears to have like red sand and eerie red mountains and a black sky.
Oh my gosh. Going to fight General Radahn.
Not too dissimilar to that landscape, certainly.
Yeah, well, it's a fucking good landscape.
Would you like me to grab it?
No, I think one of us should open the book and have a look at what it is, and I don't think more than one of us should be in the room at the time. So stay back there. I'm going to open the book and just have a look at just to flick at a couple of the pages and try and get a bit of a sense of what it is.
Yeah, by all means, you open the book. Please perform a will save.
For sure. 14.
Ansel, you watch as Obsidian opens the book. And he stands there for a moment as if frozen in time. And Obsidian disappears.
Oh, crap.
There is a ripple of blood across the floor as he completely vanishes.
It disintegrated me.
Very hot.
Alastair, we have a problem.
What?
I am actually gone because I can't see anything anymore.
Wait here. And so we'll go in and pick the book. I back my will save over Matt.
Is your will save better than that? I mean, it's 7. It's not
Yes,
bad.
it's a lot better than that.
Be a lot better.
Especially if it's
Fair
magic. Yeah, I'll take a look at the book.
You know, that's my best save.
Yeah, by all means, you open the book and you immediately begin to feel this pull. Almost like the text is sort of reaching out to claw you in. Will save, please, Ansel.
Is it a spell or spell-like ability?
It is magic. It is a spell. Yeah.
25.
You resist. You prevent yourself from being pulled into the depths of the magical tome. But yeah, it's a significant attempt, and you know that while you have passed it well, it would take only a slip, and it would be very easy to be pulled in. It is not an easy save to make. Obsidian wasn't that close, to be honest with him.
No, I wasn't.
Do I get any information from the book as I look at it? Or
Yeah, you can just see furiously scribbled passages, the ink red and bloody, and it simply says, Chapter 1, Welcome to the Written World.
the written world. We can't just leave him in there. I'll look to Silaster.
Give me time, I might be able to get out by myself.
Okay.
Ansel is going to look at the book and intentionally fail the check.
You choose to fail the check and surrender your will to the book.
Yeah. Ansel will, as he says, turns to Silaster, he says, "We have to help him," and then
You're a loony. I'm very grateful that you're a loony, but you're a loony.
Yeah, you vanish, and the book thump, drops onto the bloody floor. Silaster, you are alone. There's a sinister feeling. It's just standing in this disgusting room.
This could so easily just be you doing a TPK. This could be.
Yeah, we'll save.
You
We'll
go in
save
the
a
book.
night.
There's no way out of the book. Yeah. I mean, there is a temptation just to take the book and not open it, but Silaster gives a.
Just take it and sell it.
300 gold pieces.
You didn't know us that well.
A modest price.
Put a life with your friends. He looks at the painting for a moment, just kind of getting lost in the landscape, and then casts his eye to the book. He won't reach down to pick up the book, but he'll kick open the front page with his boot and read from there.
Yeah, well, like Ansel had seen, it says Chapter 1, Welcome to the Written World. And you catch the first line of the first paragraph, and it says, between the shifting sands of a mind filled with untempered passion, or something along those lines. You just see this beginning of this flowing journal written in blood, and then do you want to make the save?
I mean, I will, just to see if I can keep on reading the page for a little bit longer. I doubt, because my will save is not as good as Ansel's, but... Oh, 24 though.
You resist.
Oh.
You hold on, and
How are both of your will saves so much higher than mine?
you manage to hold on to the book, and
Both wisdom,
it's
mate.
almost like you're holding the frame of a window, and someone's trying to pull you out of it. Almost like you're desperately holding the edges of this this cover. I wrote this world.
And then with that,
I wrote this world. It is my place to keep the things that I most richly treasure.
all right, then I'll let it fail.
And Silaster, you're the last to go. You just vanish into the tome. All is silent. Everything is very still.
You're dead.
You died. You are.
Everything is very still. Because you're
Should
dead.
have checked the other rooms.
Yes. So I'm just pulling you over now. Sorry, bear with me. Obsidian, you're the first to arrive, so you would have made note of this first. You are standing in a bloody red landscape. A strange, pinky red mist hangs in the air all around you. You can't help but notice that there are sort of sweeping mountains ahead of you. As you are making this observation, it isn't long before Ansel appears next to you. You've arrived sort of in this stone basin. I've just put you outside of it just for the time being, but that's sort of where you've arrived. A stone basin that looks very similar to the stone basins that you'd seen those bloodstains within. And then as you sort of like make that acknowledgement, then
Oh, good, you're not dead.
Silaster, you arrive as well.
Oh, good. I'm not. You're absolutely right. Oh, you're both. You came.
Can you each give me a spot check, please?
No.
Ansel,
Certainly not.
you are the only person to succeed this because this is an incredibly difficult check. You're staring off into the horizon and you see the red mountains. But they don't quite look real, like the perspective is odd. And then it's almost like you can see that the shape of those mountains isn't made by rock in the distance, but it's made with bloody writing. And you can kind of perceive that this landscape has been written here. You see that every single grain of blood red sand is a letter in a different language. And then before you, through the mists, you see fire begin to erupt in great braziers that begins to clear the mist away. Half translucent letters moving aside. And before you, you see a shape that would make your breath catch just to observe this thing for a second.
Oh, holy shit.
A gargantuan creature, sewn together and constructed from vast body shapes and body pieces is standing before you. A massive iron mask covers its gigantic head. A massive iron blade protrudes from an arm. A massive mace makes up a fist in the other. And great chains shift as the creature looks up and perceives you through its bloody, dark mask. And that is where we will end the session tonight.
Yeah, I was thinking it might be fucking hell. Jesus! What is that? Thing's insane looking.
Boy.
So, we leave our dear friends, the strangers, within the written world. And we'll have to come back next time to see how they fare. Yeah, I had a really good time with that session. Lots of things, lots of little things that we did, which was really enjoyable. As ever, Well, first of all, let's give a shout out to I forgot his name. I believe it was Warlord. I think he's given some extra cool input in the chat about particular kind of spells that he uses in this game.
Witty commentary.
He says something along the lines of using a combination of ice and fire spells to make steam and stuff. It sounds really cool. So big shout out to Warlord. Thanks for dropping by. And of course, a big thank you to my players who are wonderful sports and played excellently as always. Thank you very much if you have watched live. Always very much appreciated. Please consider giving us a follow on Twitch. It would really help. We're almost at 50 followers. That would be really fantastic if we can get there. And for those of you watching after the fact on YouTube, as always, thank you very much to you guys as well. Please like the video if you liked it. Subscribe if you'd like to see more like it. That leaves me just to say thanks for watching and roll them bones. Say bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.